welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple, as gentle rain tapped against the windows in a soothing rhythmic melody. On the antique vanity mirror passed down from my grandmother, flickering shadows cast by a single candle wrestled against encroaching darkness. The mingling scents of wax and burning firewood downstairs enveloped the room in a warm embrace, fostering a cozy and reassuring ambiance. Amidst this tranquil setting, a peculiar occurrence caught my attention. While tidying my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, like a spectral wraith traversing the air. Instinctively I turned, only to find the room devoid of any presence. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I dismissed it as a mere interplay of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections that surrounded me. Whether it be the gleaming surface of a freshly polished table, the evening glow captured in the window pane, or even the compact mirror in my car, each seemed to capture fleeting images of that enigmatic presence. It was as though a parallel world, existing within reflections, harbored a silent observer who watched me with patient intrigue. This figure, devoid of distinct features, exuded a soft luminosity akin to silvery mist. At times, a gentle smile seemed to ghost across its form, while other instances hinted at subtle gestures, as if attempting to convey a message. Rather than fear, I felt a curious sense of familiarity, as if this presence had always lingered on the periphery of my life, awaiting my acknowledgement. One tranquil evening, while engrossed in a book within my cherished armchair, the figure within the window's reflection appeared unusually distinct. Instead of vanishing upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, its presence elongated. Amidst the room's silence, a faint rustle, akin to silk stirred by a phantom breeze, teased my senses, despite the stillness. Rising slowly, I approached the window, and to my astonishment, the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass. For the first time, details emerged. Its attire flowed ethereally, and its movements bore a grace akin to a dancer suspended in midair. Extending a hand towards me, I mirrored the gesture almost involuntarily. In that moment of connection, a revelation unfolded. With each appearance of the figure, a profound tranquility suffused the room. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to elongate, as if bridging the realm between reality and reverie. It seemed as though this ethereal presence carried with it a fragment of a serene world where distinctions blurred. Delving deeper, I actively sought out reflections, not out of trepidation or intrigue, but to bask once more in the serenity that accompanied the figure. It appeared most frequently during moments of calm, when my mind was unburdened by worry and restlessness, almost as if it possessed an innate understanding of when I required solace. As days turned into weeks, the figure within reflections evolved into a silent companion in the tapestry of my existence. I refrained from unraveling its true essence or the purpose behind its visitations, for certain enigmas, I reasoned, are better left unsolved. Sometimes the allure of mystery outweighs the need for answers. Even now, when the sun dips below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the walls, I pause to observe the reflections surrounding me. In those moments of hushed stillness, when the world seems to hold its breath, the luminous figure dances among the mirrors, ushering in a profound tranquility and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left unexplored. Story 2. The mist clung to my ankles as I strolled along the winding path behind my grandmother's ancient home. It was a time caught between night and day, where shadows danced with the dawn, creating a realm of mystery that defied the laws of nature. The air was heavy with moisture, carrying with it the fragrance of earthy decay mingled with something elusive, something ancient that stirred a sense of wonder deep within me. Inheriting this estate a mere fortnight ago, I found myself drawn to this peculiar garden that sprawled behind the grand Victorian structure. Enclosed by weathered stone walls draped in dark ivy, the garden was a sanctuary of its own, shielded by towering trees that arched overhead, creating a canopy so dense that even the sun struggled to pierce through its veil. This garden had been in my grandmother's care for over 6 decades, yet I had never witnessed her tending to its enigmatic beauty. When I once inquired about it as a child, she would merely smile and say, "Some places have a way of tending to themselves, my dear." In my youthful innocence, I brushed off her words as whimsical tales spun by an elderly woman. But as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this hidden realm, her words echoed with a newfound significance. Each step I took was absorbed by the soft earth, creating a hushed symphony of silence. The flora here thrived in ways I had never seen before. Ghostly white roses bloomed, devoid of any hint of color, their petals radiating an ethereal glow in the dim light. Ferns spiraled elegantly, their fronds extending like delicate tendrils, reaching out as if with a gentle touch whenever I drew near. Yet, it was the mushrooms that captivated me the most, forming perfect circles across the garden, their blue-gray caps pulsing with a soft, otherworldly luminescence. Delving deeper into this sanctuary, I observed a peculiar phenomenon among the plant life. Every flower, leaf, and blade of grass seemed to lean away as I approached, only to slowly turn towards me once I had passed by. It was a deliberate, almost curious movement, akin to shy children peeking out at a stranger from behind a corner. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin adorned with cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles. As I traced a symbol with my fingertip, the stone emanated a gentle warmth despite the cool air, sending a subtle vibration through me, accompanied by a distant, haunting melody that lingered in the air. Amidst this enchantment, I became aware of the butterflies. These were not the vibrant creatures of ordinary gardens. They were ethereal beings, their wings translucent like morning frost caught in sunlight. Drifting among the pale blooms, they left trails of shimmering silver dust in their wake, forming intricate patterns that evoked a sense of celestial conversation. The dust hung in the air, weaving constellations that seemed to convey a message in a script just beyond my grasp, a language of dreams that slipped away upon waking. As the temperature plummeted, I wrapped my sweater tighter around me, only to realize that time itself had ceased within this timeless realm. The light remained unchanged, yet I sensed that hours had slipped by unnoticed in the garden's embrace, where time flowed like thick honey, unhurried and serene. In my grandmother's study, I discovered a single entry in her diary regarding the garden. It existed before us and will endure long after. We do not own it, it owns us. Some gardens bear flowers, this one harbors secrets. Standing amidst the ethereal dance of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, the truth of her words resonated within me. Details that had eluded me before now came into focus. The absence of birds overhead, the shifting shadows detached from any visible source of light, the transient life cycles of flowers that bloomed and withered in a breath only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a vitality that transcended natural laws, governed by its own enigmatic rules. As twilight descended, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light remained a mystery, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path seemed altered, yet my footprints lingered in the moist soil, marking my passage through this realm of secrets. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, concealing mysteries within their petals, awaiting their own time to reveal. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance towards the fountain and thought I glimpsed a figure resembling my grandmother tending to the impossible flora. Yet, with a blink, she dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the pale blooms and the eternal twilight that whispered, "Welcome home." That night, as I settled into bed, a lone white butterfly perched upon my windowsill, its wings casting shadows that danced like cryptic runes upon my chamber walls. Drifting into slumber, I pondered whether the garden had chosen me, as it had chosen my grandmother in ages past. In my dreams, I heard the melancholic melody of the fountain, comprehending at last why certain places shunned the sun, for they possessed a light of their own, a light born from secrets ancient as time itself. Story 3. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby on the windows of the cozy establishment, harmonizing with the soft clinking of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering guests. Seated at the bar, I observed the play of dim lights pirouetting on the polished surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the bartender, moved with a deliberate and almost hypnotic rhythm as he polished glasses. That evening, a peculiar intensity lingered in his gaze, a depth I had never before perceived during my customary visits. His dark eyes held secrets as he prepared my usual lavender tea, his hands moving with their usual precision, yet betraying a faint tremor as he set the cup before me. The fragrance of lavender waltzed through the air, mingling with the essence of coffee and the aged wood enveloping the space. Jack's glances darted toward a solitary figure seated at a distant table in the shadowy corner, their presence almost blending into the furniture. With measured steps, Jack approached to refill my cup, his controlled breaths tinged with an underlying tension when he inquired if I desired more. In that moment, a disquieting detail caught my eye. A small reddish stain marred the cuff of his otherwise spotless white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambience. Time drifted lazily, accompanied by the steady, hypnotic cadence of the rain outside. The other patrons bid their silent farewells, leaving behind vacant seats and forgotten cups. Only the enigmatic figure in the corner remained motionless, as though awaiting an unseen cue. Jack meticulously arranged the counter, his movements evolving into a meticulous dance of unease, while the pendulum clock tirelessly marked the passage of moments. Another detail seized my attention. A weathered notebook concealed beneath the counter amidst the bottles, its pages yellowed and filled with meticulous, minuscule handwriting detailing names, dates, and places in an orderly fashion. Yet, it was the final pages that intrigued me, adorned with cryptic notations, nonsensical numbers, and intricate symbols drawn with care. The sound of footsteps drew my gaze upward. The mysterious figure finally stirred from their secluded haven and made their way to the exit, exchanging a loaded glance with Jack as they passed the counter. A fleeting but palpably tense moment transpired, sealed by an imperceptible nod from the bartender as the stranger vanished into the rainy night. Jack resumed his duties, but a subtle shift had taken hold. His once steady hands quivered as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in distant contemplation, perhaps grappling with memories best left untouched. As I readied to depart, Jack detained me with a gentle gesture. There are things a bartender witnesses and hears, things best left veiled by the silence of these walls, he confided in a hushed tone, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. I turned to face him, the flickering lamplight casting fleeting shadows upon his weary countenance. The notebook, a silent sentinel of enigmatic truths, lingered half-concealed among the bottles. A faint, strained smile tugged at Jack's lips, failing to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured, "and perhaps I shall share a tale. Or perhaps not." Stepping out into the somber night, the rain's gentle cadence persisted. Through the bar's window, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous routine, a facade masking deeper mysteries. The lights dimmed as I distanced myself, allowing the shroud of night to cloak the enigmas ensconced within those walls. How many untold narratives lay hidden beneath bar counters, guarded by silent sentinels like Jack, burdened with secrets too weighty to unveil? The answer eluded me, lost in the soothing patter of rain under the starless firmament. Story 4. The old wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I wandered through the dimming hallway bathed in the soft hues of sunset. Grandma's house, a place of nostalgia and secrets, had a way of speaking through its creaking boards, each one holding a tale of its own. The air carried the comforting scent of lavender, mingled with the essence of aged wood, a fragrance that had lingered with me through the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the familiar atmosphere caught my attention. My steps faltered as I stood before the weathered attic door, a detail previously overlooked now drawing me in with an inexplicable pull. The once white paint, now worn and marked, bore intricate patterns that seemed to be more than mere signs of age. It was as though a message, intentional and mysterious, had been etched from within the confines of the attic. With the sun dipping below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the hallway, I found myself captivated by the enigma before me. The only sounds breaking the stillness were the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Running my fingers over the markings, I felt the rough texture of the scratched wood, the patterns arranged in a deliberate and almost geometric fashion. Some grooves were deep, others barely visible, hinting at a history of layered attempts to convey a hidden meaning. How many times had I passed this door, oblivious to its silent message? Recollection surfaced of Grandma's avoidance of the attic stairs, her silence on strange occurrences within its confines. A chill brushed against my neck, sending a shiver down my spine, elongating the hallway in an eerie silence punctuated only by my own breath. Taking the heavy brass key from its hook, its ornate designs worn by time, I hesitantly inserted it into the lock. A faint resistance met my touch as I turned the key, eliciting a subtle response, a soft exhale, almost indiscernible, seeming to emanate from the other side of the door. Heart pounding, I hesitated, the house holding its breath in anticipation. With trembling hands, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's light, revealing hidden details previously obscured by shadow. The circular pattern of scratches formed a mesmerizing spiral, leading my gaze to a set of delicately etched numbers at its center. A memory stirred within me of Grandma's elusive mention of a hidden diary holding ancestral secrets. The numbers on the door hinted at a connection, a cryptic link to the untold stories locked away in the house's depths. Yet an instinct, a silent warning passed down through generations, stayed my hand from turning the handle. As I retreated, a faint scratching sound echoed from the attic, not menacing but purposeful, as if someone within sought to communicate. One last glance revealed the ethereal glow of the markings, a silent invitation lingering in the fading daylight. That night, in the hush of my bed, I transcribed the numbers, a promise to unravel their mystery. But with the dawn's light, the door bore no trace of the cryptic etchings, leaving only the enigmatic key gleaming with hidden knowledge. Since that moment, each visit to Grandma's house finds me drawn to the attic door, where whispers of the past seem to echo in the shadows. The phantom scratches occasionally reappear, a silent reminder of the secrets veiled within the old house's walls. Yet, I resist the urge to unlock the door, knowing that some mysteries are meant to remain undisturbed, safeguarded by the silence of the ancient abode and the wisdom of those attuned to its cryptic murmurs. Story 5. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently at the new addition adorning the wall, an aged painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique store, its rich hues and enigmatic aura had drawn me in. The weathered golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections around the room. As the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye within the painting. The leaves appeared to sway gently, as if touched by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the play of shadows from the fire, but upon closer inspection, I noticed a profound difference. The colors seemed more vibrant, more profound than I recalled. The once hidden path now meandered longer and twisted further, extending beyond the confines of the canvas. Standing up slowly, I approached the painting. A peculiar coolness enveloped the space around it, a stark contrast to the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a peculiarly smooth, almost silky texture. An earthy scent of damp leaves wafted from the frame, disorientingly lifelike. Observing these anomalies, movement in the painting's upper corner drew my attention. Amidst the tree branches, something stirred. Not a mere trick of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart fluttered with curiosity rather than fear. Stepping back, I observed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new contours and patterns within the landscape. Trees swayed gently, as if swayed by an invisible breeze. In the distance, through the once veiled fog, a faint outline of a small structure emerged. The rain's patter outside transformed into a soft whisper, echoing the painting's subtle movements. Settling back into my armchair, I was utterly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The room seemed to expand, as if the painting's boundaries merged with reality. Through the night, the painting metamorphosed gradually. Autumnal hues ebbed and flowed in a mesmerizing dance, unveiling shades unseen before. The distant structure sharpened, a stone house with a chimney billowing smoke and warm light glowing from its windows. I pondered if inhabitants dwelt within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering through their enchanted window. Oddly, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a tranquility enveloped me, as if I had discovered a hidden passage where truth and imagination intertwined seamlessly. As the night waned, the painting divulged its mysteries with patience. Figures seemed to stroll along the path at times, only to dissolve like fleeting shadows among the trees when focused upon. With the break of dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting slowly reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors settled, and the distant house faded into the morning mist. A lingering fragrance of damp leaves remained, the sole reminder of the nocturnal reverie. Since then, each evening finds me in my armchair, gazing at the painting, awaiting revelations. At times, it unveils its secrets. Other times, it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet, I am aware that behind that canvas lies a realm, one that awakens only when the world slumbers, for those patient enough to observe. Story 6. The soft patter of raindrops against the window panes created a gentle symphony in my grandmother's ancient home. Tasked with rummaging through years of memories tucked away in the dusty attic, I felt a mix of apprehension and tranquility. Every step I took on the weathered wooden stairs released a faint aroma of aged cedar, mingled with forgotten recollections. Ascending into the attic, a soft, diffused light bathed the space, filtering through a small round window. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the pale beam, weaving ethereal patterns in the air. The attic seemed alive with whispers of bygone days, each box and trunk holding fragments of lives long past. As I wandered through the attic, my fingers brushing against weathered cardboard boxes, the rhythmic melody of the rain provided a perfect backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, obscured by a stack of leather-bound photo albums, I spied something peculiar. A weathered music box, its surface dulled by time, sat atop a faded pink blanket. It wasn't the box's appearance that caught my eye, but the slow, deliberate turning of its metal key, as if it had just been wound moments before. The movement was subtle, yet in the attic's silence, it was unmistakable. Approaching the music box, I felt a slight drop in temperature, sending a shiver down my spine. The lid of the box was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by years of handling. Curiously, my grandmother had never mentioned this particular piece, a fact that struck me as odd, considering her penchant for sharing stories about her cherished belongings. Upon lifting the box, I was surprised to find it unnaturally warm to the touch, contrasting the attic's coolness. The key continued its slow rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, expecting the familiar lullaby to fill the air. Instead, a different sound emerged, the faint giggle of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting through the attic like a forgotten whisper. The sound wasn't eerie, rather it carried a deep sense of solitude and longing that resonated within me. Beneath the music box lay a diminutive porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted visage bore a serene expression, though one glass eye seemed to gaze knowingly. The doll's once white dress had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace trim fragile as gossamer. Most striking were the tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. While studying the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to shift, growing more deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust particles in the air swirled in peculiar formations, almost resembling small handprints before dissipating into chaos. The temperature continued to dip, though not unpleasantly, more like the gentle caress of a summer evening breeze. In that moment, memories not my own began to surface in my mind. Flashes of a young girl at play in this very attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes resembled watercolors, soft-edged and muted in color, yet carrying an undeniable sense of truth. I realized I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though how I knew this remained a mystery. The music box's key finally stilled, and the spectral giggle faded into silence. Holding both objects, I felt an overwhelming urge to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth of the lower living space. Yet, a strange intuition held me back. The doll's misaligned eye now seemed to focus beyond me, fixed on something or someone unseen. Carefully, I returned the items to their original positions, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the air followed, akin to a sigh of contentment. The rain resumed its natural cadence, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunbeam. Yet a newfound understanding dawned upon me. Certain playthings are not meant to be forgotten, even when they appear abandoned. They exist in a realm between memory and reality, between yesteryears and present moments, frolicking with phantom children in the quiet hours when no eyes observe. That evening, as I readied to depart, a faint strain of music box melody seemed to drift down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet dancing on creaking floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, residing in that tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable transforms into the conceivable, and memories twirl eternal in the dust-speckled light of aging attics. Perhaps that explained why my grandmother had never spoken of the music box. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at the perfect juncture, when rain falls softly and the world hushes enough to heed the whispers of days gone by. Story 7. The gentle autumn rain whispered against my office window as I immersed myself in my study. On evenings like this, the world seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that played a soothing, almost hypnotic tune. The warm glow from my desk lamp bathed the aged manuscripts in a golden light, each page a piece of history awaiting its place in the city's archives. And then she appeared, a lone figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a vivid contrast against the muted hues of autumn. Her stride held a peculiar grace, a rhythmic dance that harmonized with the rain's soft percussion. Every night, without fail, she crossed the square at the same hour. Her presence became a ritual in my evenings, a moment of intrigue that unfurled with each passing day. But her face remained veiled, obscured by the umbrella's shadow and the mist that trailed her faithfully. One night, as I watched her customary journey, a subtle shift caught my attention. She halted in the square's heart, briefly turning towards my window. In that fleeting instant, I thought I glimpsed a hint of a smile on her pale visage, touched by the dim glow of the street lamps. Yet, before I could fully grasp the sight, she resumed her path and melted into the evening's embrace. Subtle disturbances began to unsettle my sanctuary. Water droplets adorned the documents I handled, as if rain-kissed fingers had brushed against them. The delicate perfume of antique roses lingered in the study, a fragrant presence that defied the closed windows. One evening, a forgotten relic greeted me on my desk, an old photograph, black and white, depicting the square from 50 years past. Amidst the crowd, a figure with a red umbrella stood out vividly, the only splash of color in the faded image. On its reverse, an elegant script marked the date, October 15th, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once inhabited the same walls as I did, a half-century before. Her red umbrella and love for ancient tomes adorned her memory. Tragically, her life met its end in that very square, on a rainy night akin to countless others. As I delved deeper into her story, the scent of roses intensified. Rainfall seemed to morph into a tender melody, akin to a long-forgotten lullaby softly hummed. The pages of the documents I perused stirred as if touched by an unseen breath. I lifted my gaze to the window, and there she was, closer than ever before. The red umbrella folded, revealing her face, kind eyes, a serene smile. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of sorrow and empathy. From that moment onward, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings. Yet, on rainy nights when the archive fell into silence and shadows danced, I still sensed the echo of her footsteps and the ghostly fragrance of antique roses. Sometimes, as I pored over ancient texts, fresh water droplets adorned the pages, as though someone had just grazed the paper with rain-dampened fingers. I often pondered if Sarah lingered, safeguarding her cherished books, her spirit wandering the rain-soaked streets with her red umbrella. This tale remains mine alone, a tender secret shared with the library's shadows. When rain taps at the windows, a smile tugs at my lips, for I know that somewhere within the annals of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal promenade. Story 8. The rain cascaded down upon the roof of the house, its hypnotic beat creating a natural lullaby that soothed the night silence. Nestled in my beloved armchair, a cup of chamomile tea now chilled in my grasp, I found myself lost in the tranquil symphony of the falling rain. Yet amidst this serene backdrop, a subtle anomaly stirred my senses. A faint, almost imperceptible sound blending with the rain's rhythm. Light footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as mere house settling, for old homes possess their own language, their own way of whispering through creaks and murmurs, especially on damp, rainy nights. However, there was an uncanny precision to these sounds, a cadence that mirrored human steps too closely to ignore. With deliberate movements, I set down my cup and rose from the chair, the warmth of the wooden floor beneath me contrasting with the chill creeping through the air. Approaching the basement door, the temperature dropped noticeably, a cold draft seeping upward as I grasped the icy brass handle. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase shrouded in darkness, save for a faint blue glow filtering through a small skylight above. Step by cautious step, I descended, my own footsteps intermingling with the enigmatic ones that beckoned me downward. The scent of aged wood and damp earth grew stronger with each step, mingling with an indescribable essence as I reached the basement. Shadows flickered on the walls in tandem with the lightning's dance, casting eerie shapes from the shelves laden with forgotten relics. And there, upon the dusty floor, lay peculiar footprints, not solid imprints, but ethereal marks of moisture, as if a figure with damp feet had traced circles in the room's center. Drawn to these enigmatic traces, a subtle movement in the shadowy corner seized my attention. In the darkest recesses where light dared not tread, a slow, deliberate motion unfolded. Though my heart quickened, it was not fear that gripped me, but a curious familiarity, a sense of intrigue that propelled me forward. As I neared the obscure corner, the air grew colder still, the echo of footsteps from above now enveloping me in a symphony of sound. It was then that I discerned a remarkable pattern. The footprints formed a spiraling design, converging towards the room's center. Following the spiral's path with intent gaze, I observed the freshest prints, glistening with moisture as if freshly made, slowly fading into the frigid air. Time seemed to stand still as I stood transfixed, witnessing the ephemeral traces dissolve into the basement's chill. The echoes of footsteps dwindled, merging seamlessly with the rain's relentless cadence beyond. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound tranquility enveloped me, as if I had glimpsed an ancient, enigmatic ritual unfolding in the heart of the house. That night, as I prepared for slumber, the rain's melody took on a new depth, harmonizing with the phantom footsteps of the basement. Drifting into sleep, I pondered the possibility of their return, wondering if I would muster the courage to confront the unseen presence that left its mark upon the dust, weaving a mysterious tale in the shadows. Story 9. The ancient house had always whispered to me, its time-worn walls holding secrets untold. Yet, on that wintry night, a subtle shift occurred. Snowflakes drifted down in silence outside my window, their delicate descent illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, enveloped in a threadbare woolen blanket, I found solace in the soft crackling of the fireplace, a familiar companion in the quiet hours. But on this night, a new presence lingered in the air, a murmuring that danced on the edges of my consciousness. At first, it was a mere whisper, a ghostly echo intertwined with the sighing of the wind through the ancient eaves. Setting aside my book, I strained to discern the elusive sound, like distant murmurs carried on a breeze of forgotten conversations. The rhythm of speech, though incomprehensible, bore an unmistakable human cadence. Placing my palm against the weathered wallpaper beside me, I felt a subtle vibration akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr. The wall exuded an unexpected warmth, defying the chill of the winter night that enveloped the rest of the dwelling. Leaning in, I closed my eyes, allowing the murmurs to guide me deeper into the mystery. The voices, ever enigmatic, ebbed and flowed through the walls, a spectral stream of consciousness traversing unseen corridors. They evoked a sense of familial intimacy, reminiscent of late-night gatherings where loved ones shared secrets in hushed tones. Driven by curiosity, I embarked on a silent journey through the house, following the ethereal whispers as they meandered from room to room. My footsteps, though bare, made no sound upon the ancient carpets as I pursued the elusive voices. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots adorning the walls. In the corridor, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes that adorned the walls. Tales of distant lands whispered in brushstrokes. Each time I drew close to decipher the words, they shifted and morphed, a transient melody that eluded comprehension. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its solemn chimes intermingling with the enigmatic murmurs that surrounded me. Standing in the dimness, shadows dancing to an unseen rhythm, cast by a solitary street lamp, my gaze settled upon a peculiar anomaly in the wallpaper. A gentle swell protruded as if a hidden presence sought to breach the barrier between worlds. As I drew nearer, the voices swelled in intensity, the wallpaper quivering like a veil brushed by an unseen hand. Tentatively, I extended a trembling hand to touch the pulsing surface, warmth radiating beneath my fingertips. In that moment, a whisper, soft and familiar, caressed my ears as if my name was uttered with affectionate reverence. The bulge receded gradually, leaving the wall smooth once more, yet the residual warmth lingered, a phantom echo of the encounter. Throughout the night, I traversed the rooms, discovering more of these enigmatic bulges that pulsed with a life of their own. Each transient emergence left behind a residue of warmth and whispers, snippets of laughter and melodies in foreign tongues. The voices, ever gentle and mesmerizing, wove a tapestry of forgotten memories, a lullaby of times long past. With the approaching dawn, the voices waned like mist dispersing under the sun's gentle touch. The final whispers enveloped me in a tender embrace, a symphony of sound that ebbed and flowed with ethereal grace. As the first light of morning filtered through the frost-kissed panes, the walls relinquished their secrets, returning to their stoic silence. The source of the voices remained a mystery, elusive as the shifting shadows in the flickering firelight. Perhaps the house harbored echoes of its former inhabitants, their essence imprinted in the very fabric of its being. Or perchance on nights veiled in wintry stillness, the walls thinned, granting us a fleeting glimpse into realms unseen. One thing remained certain: the whispers had become a peculiar solace, a nocturnal serenade that bridged the gap between solitude and companionship. The walls of my abode cradled their clandestine tales, divulging them only in the hush of winter nights, where reality and reverie intertwined like threads in the tapestry of time. Story 10 night draped the house in a hushed embrace, as the wind murmured gently through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was that magical hour when the beckoning call of sleep tiptoed near, yet an unusual resistance had taken root within me. Night after night, a dream of intricate details had woven its way into my slumber, refusing to release its hold on my mind. The room's warmth and the steady cadence of the old pendulum clock conspired to lull me into the realm of dreams. My gaze drifted to the open diary on the desk, its pages meticulously chronicling the recurring dream that haunted my nights. Each entry, penned in my precise handwriting, narrated the same sequence of events. A spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into the unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. Leafing through the diary, a newfound realization struck me. With each descent down the stairs in the dream, the temperature perceptibly dropped. My fingertips grazed the chill of the stone, and with each exhale, my breath materialized in wisps of vapor. But what set this dream apart was the inexplicable sense of déjà vu that accompanied me on this enigmatic journey, as though the staircase led to a place familiar to my soul, though unvisited in reality. The door at the staircase's nadir always remained sealed, yet each night brought me closer to deciphering the intricate symbols etched upon its surface. The fluid shapes seemed to shift and dance under my scrutiny, as if imbued with a life force of their own. In the dream, my fingers traced the contours of these mystifying symbols, eliciting a subtle vibration that pulsed through the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. On a particular evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a peculiar object caught my eye in the room. Nestled on the nightstand beside the lamp lay an ancient bronze key, its ornate design oddly reminiscent of the symbols adorning the dream door. Picking it up, I was struck by its weight and the frigid chill it exuded. How it came to rest there eluded my memory, yet its presence felt eerily natural, as if it had always been a part of my existence. Drifting into bed, I clutched the key tightly, its tangible weight a grounding reassurance amidst the ethereal realm of dreams. As the embrace of sleep enveloped me, a subtle shift in the dream unfolded. The spiraling staircase, the melodic drops, the chilling descent, all familiar elements, yet tinged with an unseen anticipation. Upon reaching the door, the key in my grasp thrummed faintly in harmony with the carvings on the ancient wood. Drawing the key to the lock, a hushed symphony of clicks accompanied its insertion. The door creaked open slowly, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirrored image, the steps ascended, defying the reality of the physical world. Awakening in the soft glow of dawn filtering through the curtains, the key still nestled in my palm felt transformed, imbued with a warmth that hinted at life within. Upon the desk, the diary lay open, its new page adorned with characters unfamiliar, yet resonating with the shifting symbols of the dream door. These characters seemed to ebb and flow, a fluid dance upon the page, mirroring the elusive nature of the dream itself. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited me. The key rests upon the nightstand, a silent sentinel in the quietude of the night. At times, amid the tranquil hush, a subtle vibration seems to emanate from its ancient form. I find myself pondering the mysteries that lie at the apex of the reflected staircase, wondering if courage will one day guide my ascent. For now, I content myself with observing the dancing symbols in the diary, whispering a tale that perhaps my soul is not yet prepared to fully comprehend. Story 11. The autumn fog wrapped the park in a soft gray cloak, as leaves twirled lazily in the evening mist. Walking down the gravel path, I breathed in the earthy scent of dampness, my steps whispering quietly. Dim halos of light from the street lamps barely pierced the mist, casting a dreamlike aura ahead. Amidst this ethereal scene, a dark coat lay folded with precision on a weathered wooden bench, untouched by any other soul at that late hour. Approaching slowly, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the moisture, the mother-of-pearl buttons faintly shimmering in the fading light. The coat retained warmth, as if recently shed by its wearer. A curious shiver ran through me, not of fear but of intrigue. I searched the pockets, finding only a lone bus ticket from 1985, its yellowed paper remarkably intact, a relic frozen in time. Sitting beside the coat, I let my mind wander as the fog thickened around me. A subtle fragrance of lavender and pipe tobacco enveloped me, conjuring memories of days long past, of sepia-toned photographs and forgotten tales. Examining the coat closely, I discovered faded initials JM, delicately embroidered in golden thread, a whisper of a forgotten identity. A distant melody broke the park silence, an old tune that seemed to drift from a bygone era, its origins elusive. Rising from the bench, I sought the source of the music, but it eluded me, a phantom in the mist. When I turned back, the coat had shifted subtly, its once perfect fold disrupted, a button catching the light in a new way. Yet I remained alone in the park, surrounded by a surreal sense of suspended time. As the fog tightened its embrace, casting dancing shadows from the streetlights onto the fallen leaves, the music wavered, fading into the night. Lost in thoughts of the enigmatic JM, I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder, as if a whisper from the unseen. Startled, I glanced around, but only the swirling mist greeted me, concealing any presence. The coat appeared weathered, as if aging rapidly before my eyes, its fabric fraying and colors dimming. Respecting its mystery, I decided to leave it undisturbed, a silent witness to an unknown story. Walking away, the music briefly sharpened, a waltz unfamiliar yet hauntingly familiar, echoing in the stillness of the night. Returning to the park the next morning, curiosity tugged at me, urging me to check on the coat. The bench lay empty, but a fresh bus ticket, dated that very day, lay as a cryptic message on the damp wood, a sign of a transient presence. Even now, on misty evenings, passing by that bench, I catch faint strains of the distant melody, the lingering essence of lavender and tobacco. At times, as the streetlights play with the fog, I glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling through the park, only to have it dissolve into the dancing shadows of leaves in the evening breeze. leaving me with an elusive sense of wonder and intrigue. Story 12. In the hushed embrace of dusk, the soft radiance of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting warm shadows that danced upon the walls of my study. This room, a sanctuary of old books and treasured memories, usually offered me solace, but tonight, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. It could have been the eerie stillness that draped the atmosphere, or maybe it was the way the autumn light clung to the surroundings, painting everything in hues of amber and gold that seemed to stretch on endlessly. My gaze drifted to the new portrait that now adorned the wall above my antique writing desk. A piece from the Victorian era, depicting a woman in a rich burgundy gown, her countenance shrouded in a mystery I could never quite unravel. The elderly dealer who sold me this painting had shared snippets of its intriguing history, though my mind was too preoccupied with its extravagant cost to fully absorb his words. Seated in my worn leather armchair, cradling a cup of Earl Grey tea from which delicate tendrils of steam curled upwards, I noticed a peculiar shift in the portrait. The woman's eyes, which I recalled as fixed slightly askew, now seemed to pierce through the canvas, locking onto mine. Dismissing the notion as a trick of the changing light and the wariness that clung to my mind after a day of fervent writing, I tried to focus on my work. The grandfather clock in the corner hummed its familiar tune, marking the passage of time with each gentle tick that usually lulled me into tranquility. But this evening, every tick seemed to draw my attention back to those painted eyes, magnetizing my gaze. Between crafting paragraphs, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, each time convinced that some subtle alteration had occurred. A tilt of her head, a shift in her lips, a change in the direction of her stare. As night draped its velvet cloak over the world, and I ignited the antique brass lamp on my desk, the portrait metamorphosed before my very eyes. Shadows pirouetted across its surface, infusing depth into the painted creases of her dress. The backdrop, once a mere depiction of a drawing room, now seemed to stretch into an abyss of infinite darkness. The warm glow of the lamp caressed the gilded frame, conjuring reflections that at times seemed to animate within the painting itself. Gradually, I began to discern other peculiarities within my study. Books I was certain I had closed would be found ajar, pages open to tales of vanished artworks and enigmatic disappearances. My fountain pen would skitter across the desk, defying my memory of having secured its cap. The room's temperature oscillated inexplicably, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself from it. One exceptionally quiet evening, on the brink of departing my study, a detail ensnared my attention. Amidst the background of the portrait, partially concealed by the woman's shoulder, I detected what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. Drawing nearer, squinting in the dim glow, I discerned a painting within the painting, a study that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own haven. Heart quickening, I leaned in, scrutinizing the miniature scene. A tiny desk, a leather armchair, and what seemed to be a figure seated at the desk materialized before my eyes. The longer I peered, the more familiar the tableau grew until I realized with a jolt that the figure was none other than myself, captured in intricate detail, leaning forward in contemplation of a painting. Recoiling, my breath caught in my throat. The woman's expression now seemed altered, knowing and almost playful. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, shedding the facade of a motionless painting. A subtle smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth, and a faint echo of laughter, akin to the rustle of ancient parchment, reverberated in the air. That night, I firmly shut the door to my study, yet I could sense her gaze trailing me through the corridors of the house. Lying in bed, thoughts meandered to the previous custodians of the portrait, their narratives, their encounters. Had they too observed these imperceptible shifts? Had they also borne the weight of those scrutinizing eyes? Morning unveiled my study unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script that was foreign to my hand. Art is never truly static, dear observer. Sometimes the boundary between viewer and viewed blurs, wouldn't you agree? I chose not to sever the portrait from its place on my wall. Perhaps I should have, but curiosity has always been my Achilles heel. Now, as I pen this chronicle in my study, I often catch her gaze upon me, that inscrutable smile teasing her lips. And occasionally, when the illumination is just so and the domicile hushed to perfection, I discern alterations within the painting, fresh details emerging, the scene shifting imperceptibly. The portrait remains an enigma, one that I have learned to welcome. For who is to ascertain who truly observes and who is observed? In the serene stillness of my study, as the grandfather clock intones its steadfast rhythm and the twilight casts shadows on the walls, I've come to realize that perhaps we are both, the watcher and the watched, entwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 13. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting gentle, dancing shadows on the weathered wooden floor of the room. In the stillness of the night, I found myself nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped by a tranquil silence that seemed to cradle me. It was then that my gaze wandered to the old mahogany box resting on the mantelpiece, a silent sentinel in the dimly lit room. This box had been a fixture in the house since the days of my grandmother, yet its contents remained a mystery to me, untouched and unexplored. The moon's ethereal light caressed the glossy surface of the box, causing it to shimmer faintly, while the intricate carvings on its exterior appeared to shift ever so slightly in the shadows. I could not recall a time when the box had been opened, not even during my grandmother's time. It had always been there, a silent observer, blending into the background like a forgotten relic of the past. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere seemed to stir something within me. Perhaps it was the way the moonlight played upon the ornate designs of the box, or maybe it was the profound stillness that hung in the air like a veil of mystery. Slowly, I rose from my chair, the fabric of my wool sweater brushing softly against the worn armrest as I moved through the room, filled with a sense of quiet reverence. Each step I took towards the mantelpiece seemed to echo faintly on the creaking wooden floor, as if the house itself was whispering ancient secrets. The air around the box felt heavy, almost palpable, as though a delicate veil of enchantment enveloped it. I reached out tentatively, my fingers skimming the smooth surface of the mahogany, and was surprised by the warmth that greeted my touch, as if the box itself pulsed with a hidden life. The intricate patterns etched into the wood depicted a mesmerizing tapestry of leaves and branches, so delicately crafted that they appeared almost alive, caught in a perpetual dance. And there, at the center of the lid, nestled among the intricate carvings, was a minuscule eye, hidden in plain sight. As my gaze lingered on this newfound detail, a faint, ancient scent began to unfurl, weaving its way into the air around me. The fragrance was elusive, its notes reminiscent of sandalwood, yet laced with a deeper, more enigmatic undertone that defied description. I closed my eyes, allowing the scent to transport me to a realm of forgotten memories, where fleeting images of a woman's gentle smile and whispered words flickered like distant stars in the night sky. The soft rustle of the wind against the window panes brought me back to the present, my hands trembling ever so slightly as they traced the edges of the box. Though devoid of any visible lock, I knew with certainty that it had never been opened before. Or had it? Memories from my childhood seemed to blur and shift, like pages of a book caught in a breeze. Seating myself on the plush couch, I cradled the box in my hands, surprised by its weightlessness, as if it held not tangible objects but ephemeral whispers of the past. A subtle movement stirred within, a ghostly presence that seemed to ebb and flow with each breath I took. The warmth emanating from the box intensified, causing a shiver to run down my spine, not born of fear but of a strange recognition, like meeting a familiar stranger in a dream. As I stared at the box, my grandmother's cryptic words echoed in the chamber of my mind. She had spoken little of the box, yet her parting words had lingered like a riddle in the fabric of time. Some questions find answers only when we cease to seek them. In the hush of the night, cradling the mysterious box in my hands, I began to grasp the subtle wisdom hidden within her enigmatic words. The shadows in the room seemed to come alive, dancing and twirling in silent celebration of the box's secrets, while the scent that enveloped me grew stronger, weaving a spell of enchantment around my senses. I pondered the generations that had passed through this house, each one encountering the box, yet choosing to leave its mysteries untouched. Did it truly matter what lay within its confines? Gently, I returned the box to its rightful place on the mantelpiece, where it had stood for generations, a silent guardian of its own enigma. The tiny carved eye appeared to gaze at me with a knowing smile, as if silently acknowledging my decision. Retreating to the comfort of my armchair, a sense of profound peace settled within me, like a whisper from the past. Some mysteries, I realized, were not meant to be unraveled, but to be cherished and safeguarded in the quiet recesses of the heart. The moonlight continued to bathe the room in its soft glow, while the night's embrace felt deeper, more profound than before. I closed my eyes, allowing the lingering scent of the box to lull me into a realm of peaceful slumber. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound seemed to emanate from the mantelpiece, a soft sigh, a whispered secret, or perhaps just the gentle caress of the wind against the curtains. The box remained perched in its place, a silent sentinel of mysteries untold, a testament to the beauty of the unknown. And in that moment of quiet realization, a newfound serenity washed over me, like a gentle tide carrying me into the realm of dreams, where shadows and secrets danced in harmony, and the enigmatic box stood as a silent witness to the timeless mysteries of life. Story 14. The Enigmatic Twilight. One serene autumn evening, as I sat in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. The fading natural light seeping through the window began to dim in an unconventional manner. Looking up, I beheld a sight beyond ordinary comprehension. The sky above my abode was gradually cloaked in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm hues of the setting sun. A subtle yet undeniable contrast painted the heavens as if an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely over my rooftop. The fragrance of moist earth and fallen leaves wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that caused the lace curtains to dance in a mesmerizing rhythm. The soft rustling of the fabric created a hypnotic melody, weaving a tranquil symphony to accompany this mystical natural display. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon recurred with unfailing regularity. Each evening, as the sun descended towards the horizon, that specific sector of sky above my dwelling adopted deeper shades compared to the rest of the expansive firmament. It appeared as though an artist had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue upon a canvas of ether, forging a surreal juxtaposition against the radiant cerulean expanse. I found myself ensconced in contemplation for hours on end, perched in an antiquated velvet armchair beside the window. The aged wooden floor murmured softly beneath my shifting weight as I tracked the progression of this celestial enigma. The ambient temperature within the room would cool, and a delicate film of condensation would adorn the window panes, crafting abstract patterns that seemed to pirouette alongside the shadows. During one such reverie, a novel discovery captivated my attention. Amidst the darkened expanse, minuscule points of light materialized and vanished in a mystifying dance, akin to stars electing to twinkle solely for my gaze. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, yet exuded a hypnotic allure, almost akin to a celestial melody. The hush enveloping the house accentuated their presence, while the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock in the hallway seemed to harmonize with their ethereal waltz. As weeks elapsed, I discerned subtle reactions from the objects within my dwelling to this enigmatic phenomenon. The antiquated mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light, and shadows elongated in peculiar configurations reminiscent of ancient symbols. The potted plants on the windowsill flourished luxuriantly during these moments of selective obscurity, as if drawing sustenance from the twilight. On a particular evening, while ensconced within my study, a gentle caress seemed to brush against my shoulder, as though borne by the zephyr itself. Startled, I turned, yet unsurprisingly found no one there. The redolence of aged parchment and weathered timber permeating the room intensified, momentarily suspending time. The rhythmic movement of the clock's hands persisted, though its chimes appeared distant, as if echoing from a remote realm. Compelled to document these occurrences, I meticulously chronicled every nuanced shift in the darkness intensity and the attendant phenomena. My entries burgeoned with elaborate depictions of the evolving luminosity, the sinuous dance of shadows, and the imperceptible yet palpable vibrancy saturating the air. Curiously, my penmanship assumed a more graceful and fluid quality during these episodes, as though guided by an unseen, gentle force. On tranquil nights, a melodic reverberation seemed to emanate from the darkened firmament above. It defied verbal description, resonating as a profound sensation within me. It was as though that darkness harbored an ancient melody, a cosmic lullaby exclusively audible to my abode. With time, I embraced this mystery rather than succumbing to trepidation. My residence metamorphosed into a conduit bridging the mundane world in a profound, ineffable realm. While the world outside persisted in its daily rhythm, I found solace enveloped within the gentle shadows, amidst the interplay of light and darkness that seemed crafted solely for my perception. Thus, night after night, I continued to observe the darkening sky above my dwelling, cognizant that certain enigmas necessitated no resolution, only immersive experience. My abode evolved into a sanctuary of marvel, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary coalesced in a perpetual ballet of luminosity and obscurity, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 15. The gentle breeze whispered through the evening, carrying the enchanting fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently at the shadows waltzing on the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering candlelight. Beside me, on the small table, rested my trusty old Polaroid camera, a precious heirloom from my grandmother that had been a silent companion for years. It was a relic of memories long past, but an inexplicable urge stirred within me to pick it up that very night. The familiar weight of the camera cradled in my hands brought a sense of solace as I examined it in the dim glow. My fingers instinctively found their way to the shutter button, a motion repeated countless times in the bygone days. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the shadowed corner of the room and clicked. The flash briefly illuminated the space, followed by the mechanical melody of the photograph taking form. I watched intently as the colors materialized on the blank canvas, and then a peculiar sight caught my eye. In the corner of the developed picture, an ethereal figure lingered. It was a vague silhouette, almost ethereal, resembling wisps of smoke coalescing into a faint human shape. I glanced towards the corner of the room, but it remained still and empty. Intrigued by the inexplicable, I captured another image in the same direction. This time, the figure in the photo was more defined, as if it had drawn closer to the lens. I discerned a semblance of a face, though the features remained hazy and enigmatic. A subtle chill traversed my spine, not born of fear, but of a reverential curiosity. I continued to snap photos, compelled by a mysterious force unfolding before me. With each successive click, the figure in the images inched closer, gradually gaining clarity. It was as though the entity used the photographs as a conduit to materialize, each exposure granting it more substance in our realm. The blurred contours began to take shape, unveiling what seemed to be a vintage attire, reminiscent of a bygone era. The room's silence deepened, almost tangible. The air thickened, charged with an unseen presence that I felt keenly. The temperature dipped imperceptibly, and the candle flame flickered, untouched by any breeze. I proceeded with the photography, each shot taken more deliberately, savoring the surreal communion unfolding. In the final photo of that evening, the figure loomed so close that it almost filled the entire frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's face, her eyes seemingly peering directly into mine through the glossy surface of the Polaroid. There was an uncanny familiarity about that countenance, stirring dormant recollections from my youth. It was only when I rose to retrieve an old photo album that I noticed a slight tremor in my hands. Flipping through the aged pages, I stumbled upon what I sought. A photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured with the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored, identical to the one immortalized in the last picture I had taken. Carefully arranging the evening's photos on the table, I arranged them in a chronological sequence. Together they narrated a wordless tale of a bridge spanning two worlds, woven through the lens of an ancient camera. I never attempted to replicate the peculiar experiment, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Even now, on tranquil evenings when the light bathes everything in a golden hue, I sit in my armchair and contemplate those photographs. Occasionally, it appears as though the smile in the images shifts subtly, as if my grandmother were attempting to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between memories and reality blurs, akin to the delicate surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 16. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country home, orchestrating a lulling symphony that intertwined with the gentle creaks of the wooden floor beneath my steps. On that autumn evening, the line between reality and enchantment seemed blurred, as the leaves outside swayed in the dark, casting ever-shifting shadows on the hallway's cream walls through misty panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. A subtle shift lingered in the air that night, a quiet but insistent feeling that eluded my grasp. It could have been the thickness of the atmosphere, or the profound silence of the house that felt almost palpable. With a languid rise, I was compelled by a flicker caught in my periphery. The corridor leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its usual limits. The shadows lurking in the corners seemed denser, almost alive. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the enveloping darkness that deepened toward the hallway's end. As I advanced, the temperature subtly dropped, and the floor's whispers beneath my feet carried an unfamiliar cadence. The ancestral photographs adorning the walls seemed to regard me with altered expressions, as if the familiar faces had morphed into slightly different versions of themselves. Halting midway down the hallway, a peculiar fragrance seized my senses, a blend of aged books and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window, observing the rain's intricate patterns etched on the glass, following a cryptic design. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the rest, gliding with ethereal grace along the opposing wall. It bore no tangible source, possessing a solidity akin to condensed mist. Moving delicately, almost hesitantly, it seemed cognizant of my presence. My breathing deepened as I watched, not with fear but with an uncanny sense of recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting acknowledgement. The shadow halted by the guest room door, assuming a faintly human form. Another step forward, and it quivered in response, as if acknowledging my proximity. The rain's patter transformed into a continuous murmur, as if conveying a message. Straining my ears, I almost discerned words in an unknown yet strangely comprehensible tongue. The chill in the air enveloped me, akin to being swathed in cool silk on a balmy summer eve. The shadow resumed its fluid motion, inching closer in a slow, hypnotic dance. Immobile, I watched as it neared until it stood mere steps away. Amidst the house's hush, my steady heartbeat resonated. The shadow tilted slightly, a gesture of greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I extended a hand. Mirroring my action, the shadow reciprocated, and for an instant I glimpsed a hand materialize from its nebulous form. Though no physical contact was made, a warmth enveloped the space where our hands almost met. Then, with the same grace it arrived, the shadow began to dissipate, dispersing like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, leaving behind a faint hint of jasmine and profound tranquility. In the hallway, time seemed suspended as I stood, listening to the rain's fading song. Upon returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as though time had paused during our encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a watchful eye on the shadows. Sometimes, I catch a glimpse of that familiar silhouette, dancing just beyond my vision's reach. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence instills not fear, but an understanding that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway now harbors this secret, and in silent nights when rain taps against the windows, I await, curious yet serene, for another rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the corridor's edge. Story 17. In the softening glow of twilight, the antique shop exuded a unique allure. Meandering down its narrow passages, I found solace in the gentle creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm, golden light filtering through intricate lace curtains from a bygone era. A symphony of scents enveloped me. The rich aroma of old leather-bound books mingled with the earthy fragrance of polished wood, intertwined with whispers of memories lingering within forgotten treasures. It was then that I caught wind of it. A fragile melody, barely perceptible, wafting through the shelves like a well-kept secret. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked a time when music was etched onto vinyl and unleashed into the world through the brass horns of grand gramophones. Compelled by the haunting familiarity of the tune, I followed its ethereal trail, though its origin remained elusive to my ears. Nestled in the farthest corner of the shop, beyond shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood an elegant mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn arched gracefully towards the heavens, capturing the fading light of day. The turntable spun languidly, its surface devoid of any visible record. As I drew closer, the music neither heightened nor faded, maintaining its otherworldly allure. Suddenly, the shop's owner, a silver-haired woman with eyes kind as a summer breeze, materialized beside me with a quiet grace that nearly startled me. "A beautiful find, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice echoing the softness of the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Curious thing, it remains unwound." I scrutinized the mechanism intently. The winding key lay dormant, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic pirouette. The music, a waltz perhaps or a nocturne, wrapped around me like a silken shawl, luring me deeper into its enigma. My fingertips traced the grain of the wood, discovering a subtle warmth beneath its polished surface. "Would you care to take it home?" The shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a knowing glint that I struggled to decipher. Some objects choose their companions, you see, and this one appears quite taken with you. That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, positioned by the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. Hours slipped away as I examined every detail, the intricate scrollwork adorning its base, the faded maker's mark smoothed by the passage of time, the delicately balanced arm meant to cradle the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, akin to a distant transmission from yesteryears. Some evenings, it serenaded me with classical compositions, while on others, jazz standards that once graced ballrooms a century ago resonated through the room. Each melody bore emotions within its strains: jubilation, yearning, sorrow, aspiration, as though the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever lent it their ears. Subtle shifts occurred within my abode. Books appeared slightly askew, as if perused by unseen hands in the dead of night. Curtains fluttered on breathless evenings. Occasionally, the air carried a faint hint of perfume, lavender and vanilla, though I dwelt alone. One tranquil night, as rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window panes, the music altered its course. Instead of its customary ethereal distance, it grew more tangible, more present. I recognized the composition, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though never had I heard it interpreted in such a manner. The notes painted images in the air, moonlight shimmering on water, leaves pirouetting in a midnight zephyr, lovers strolling through gaslit avenues. Surrendering to the music's embrace, I felt a gentle pressure on the cushion beside me, as if a spectral companion had settled there to share in the auditory tapestry. The perfume intensified, and the atmosphere acquired a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before snowflakes drift from the heavens. When I reopened my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows greeted my gaze amidst the furniture. The music waned, returning to its customary distant lullaby, yet an intangible shift had occurred. No longer was the gramophone a mere relic. It had metamorphosed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of untold tales yearning to be unfurled. Henceforth, every night I ensconced myself in my study as darkness descended. Sometimes I delved into books, other times I simply listened. The gramophone serenaded me with its mystifying melodies, and sporadically I sensed that gentle presence by my side. Never did I endeavor to dissect or capture the music through any recording device. Certain enigmas, I've come to realize, are meant to be lived rather than deciphered. The proprietress spoke true. Certain possessions choose their keepers. In selecting me, the gramophone imparted a precious gift, the realization that music, memories, and enchantment intertwine in ways beyond full comprehension. As yet another melody drifts through the ether, I smile, acknowledging that betwixt the notes resides a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language or rationale. Story 18. The night lay hushed, veiled in a delicate mist that swirled like a waltz in the air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy throne by the grand vintage looking glass, I delved into the pages of a tome, bathed in the gentle glow of an antique lamp. The pendulum clock's steady beat echoed through the room, casting a spellbinding spell, while the fireplace's warmth cocooned me in a tender hug. In that serene moment, a sense of unease crept upon me. It began as a fleeting whisper, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of your eye. Raising my gaze from the book, I met my reflection in the ancient mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate blooms, shimmered softly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I beheld my mirrored self, a subtle chill traced down my spine. An imperceptible wrongness lingered in the air. Tilting my head, my reflection mirrored the motion with a disconcerting delay, as though striving to mimic rather than authentically mirror my actions. I reasoned it was fatigue or the capricious firelight toying with shadows. Yet the longer I peered, the more I discerned an unsettling quality to that reflection. When I raised my right hand, the mirrored image hesitated before replicating the gesture. When I smiled, its lips curved with a barely perceptible lag. The crackling of wood in the fireplace now seemed ominous, as if conveying a message. The room's atmosphere thickened, pregnant with a subtle tension that urged me to breathe in a measured cadence. The fragrance of candle wax intertwined with an ancient aroma, redolent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. With deliberate slowness, I rose from the armchair. The reflection mimicked my movements, yet its fluidity bordered on unnatural, akin to a rehearsed ballet rather than spontaneous emulation. Its mirrored eyes appeared profound, concealing enigmas beyond my ken. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further disconcerting details. The reflected room bore subtle discrepancies from my own. Books stood arranged in a different order on the shelves, and unfamiliar objects dotted the space. An aged photograph, depicting a seascape in my realm, portrayed a blurry visage in the reflection, seemingly observing me. The pendulum of the clock maintained its relentless sway, yet in the mirror, time seemed to unfurl at a languid pace, as though flowing divergently on the other side. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, crafting forms that hinted at silent entities. Tentatively, I reached to touch the mirror's frigid surface, and my reflection reciprocated with an almost beckoning gesture. Our fingertips met on the icy glass, yet while I perceived the chill of crystal, my mirrored self's countenance suggested a wholly different sensation. Stepping back, my reflection hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating whether to trail after me. When it eventually moved, its actions grew increasingly autonomous, as though gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a drawer, I veiled the mirror. A cryptic smile seemed to play on my reflection's lips, an expression foreign to my own visage. The fabric slid over the reflective surface, concealing that disquieting doppelganger. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror shrouded. At times, in the stillest hours, I catch whispers emanating from behind the velvet, as though someone traverses a parallel realm identical to mine. And in the most tranquil moments, when the house is enshrouded in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection lingers, awaiting, leading a mirrored existence to mine in a realm of glass and silver. The veracity eludes me. I cannot discern if that nocturnal encounter was real or a phantasm of my mind. Yet with each pass by a looking glass, the nagging doubt persists. Is the reflection truly mine, or has something mastered the art of imitation to such an extent that reality blurs, leaving me to question which is the reflection and which the lived truth? Story 19. Winter nights have always held a particular enchantment for me, especially when the mist weaves its hushed veil over the world. Nestled in my study, cocooned in the embrace of a woolen blanket, I watched as the fog outside my window transformed reality into a shimmering sea of silver. The gentle light of the lamp on my desk cast a soothing glow, painting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. In that quiet moment, a glint in the glass caught my eye, a sight both unfamiliar and yet strangely known. There, resting on the edge of my desk, was a small, dark wooden box. Its intricate carvings seemed to shift and swirl with each passing glance, as if alive with secrets untold. I couldn't recall ever possessing such a box, yet there it sat, as if it had always belonged in that room. The grain of the wood pulsed faintly in the dim light, beckoning me closer. Rising from my chair, the blanket slipped to the floor with a soft whisper, blending with the gentle creak of the old wooden floor beneath my feet. A scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted towards me, stirring memories long forgotten, memories that tugged at the corners of my mind. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, tracing the ever-shifting patterns that seemed to whisper of distant tales. A moonlit forest, a tempestuous sea, a starlit sky, and an eternal night. Seated once more, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, I examined the enigmatic object before me, its mysteries unfolding with each passing moment. It dawned on me then, in the quiet of that room, that this box, with its elusive carvings, had visited me in my dreams in recent weeks. It had appeared in various guises, yet its aura of enigma remained constant, weaving through the fabric of my subconscious. As the grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a near-silent murmur, the shadows cast by the lamp danced in intricate patterns across the walls, as if performing a silent ballet. With a sense of anticipation mingled with trepidation, I lifted the weighty box, sensing an unseen presence within its hollowed confines. No visible lock adorned the box, yet a palpable sense of importance emanated from within. The carvings on the lid seemed to converge towards a central point, forming a design that defied logic. The wood hummed softly under my touch, the fragrances of beeswax and another elusive scent intertwining in the air. A melodious hum emanated from the box, a lullaby of forgotten origins, lulling me into a state of unexpected drowsiness. The rhythmic pulse of the lamp's light synchronized with the hypnotic melody, luring me into a slumber that enveloped me in its velvety embrace. When I awoke, hours later, the fog had lifted, revealing a sky sprinkled with twinkling stars. The box had vanished, leaving behind only a ghostly imprint on the wooden surface, as if it had always been a part of that room. As I prepared to retire for the night, a peculiar discovery awaited me. A faintly glowing carving on the back of my hand, reminiscent of the intricate patterns on the box. Since that unforgettable night, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, its purpose evolving with each encounter. Now it seems to beckon me, urging me to unravel the enigma it guards, to decipher the cryptic message it yearns to convey. Each morning, as I awaken, the carving on my hand has subtly transformed, as if inscribing a message meant for my eyes alone, a message that time alone can decipher. I ponder whether others have encountered this mysterious box in their dreams, whether they too bear the unseen marks of a world that straddles the realms of reality and dreams. The line between the two realms blurs, and the box stands as a conduit between worlds that have always been intertwined, awaiting discovery. As I pen these words, the faint scent of beeswax hangs in the air, a reminder of the mysteries that await in the realm of dreams. Tonight, once more, I shall journey to that ethereal realm, where the box patiently awaits, ready to unveil new secrets that shimmer just beyond the edge of consciousness. Story 20. In the quiet sanctuary of my study, the grandfather clock stood as a faithful guardian of time, its rhythmic ticking a soothing lullaby that echoed through the room like raindrops on a window. But one morning, as I delved into the depths of old papers at my desk, a subtle shift in the familiar cadence caught my attention. The seconds seemed to linger, stretching beyond their usual boundaries, creating a sense of unease that tiptoed through the tranquility of the space. The golden morning light filtered through the heavy drapes, cloaking the wooden floors in warmth, yet a peculiar stillness hung in the air, disrupting the flow of time. As I reached for my pocket watch, a weightiness enveloped my hand, dragging it through the invisible molasses of suspended time. The watch's hands quivered in defiance of their natural progression, trapped between fleeting moments that refused to fade into the past. I blinked, hoping to dispel the illusion, but the world remained frozen in a delicate balance, as if caught in a spell woven by an unseen hand. The dust motes danced no more in the sunbeams, frozen mid-twirl, while the tendrils of steam from my tea languished in mid-air, sculpting ephemeral shapes against the backdrop of my study. Even the curtains hung motionless, trapped in a moment of suspended animation that defied logic. Yet the silence that enveloped me was not oppressive but serene, a sacred pause in the symphony of everyday life. With cautious steps, I ventured towards the window, where the world outside lay frozen in a tableau of stillness. A bird hovered mid-flight, its wings outstretched in a silent ballet against the painted sky. Below, the autumn leaves hung in mid-descent, creating a tapestry of colors frozen in time. Each detail, each nuance, held me captive in a moment that transcended the boundaries of reality. As I explored the frozen tableau of my home, a sense of wonder crept into my soul. Water droplets hung suspended in space, clocks stood still in silent protest, and the morning newspaper lay frozen in mid-flutter, its headlines whispering of a world now distant and irrelevant in the absence of time's steady march. Returning to my study, I beheld a sight that sent a tremor of curiosity down my spine. In the old mirror above the fireplace, my reflection moved in perfect harmony with me, yet there was a subtle distortion, a hint of otherworldly presence that tugged at the edges of my perception. The mirror beckoned, its depths shimmering with secrets unseen, offering a glimpse into a reality where time flowed with a different rhythm. Hours or minutes passed in the timeless void, each moment a universe unto itself, until a subtle shift stirred the stillness. The dust motes quivered, the steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with a newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated, then resumed its steady sway, signaling the return of time's inexorable flow. The world outside my window unfroze, life resuming its course with a silent sigh of relief. Yet as normalcy settled back like a familiar cloak, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted within me. The mirror, ever watchful, held a secret between its reflective depths, a glimpse of a parallel existence where time stood suspended in eternal grace. To this day, the memory of that mysterious morning lingers, a whisper of a reality beyond our own. The grandfather clock ticks on, the world spins its familiar dance, but hidden beneath the surface of everyday life, a fragment of eternity remains, a testament to the beauty found in moments frozen in time. Story 21. The weariness of a long day's labor lingered as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp cast gentle shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. The comforting scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me as I settled into my worn leather armchair. My grandmother's gift, an old diary with its weathered leather cover and yellowed pages, lay open on the polished wooden desk where I had left it in the morning. To my surprise, the last page I had penned was no longer blank. A different handwriting, elegant and unfamiliar, adorned the page with words I did not recall writing. The ink appeared fresh, as if just laid down by an unseen hand. Intrigued, I leaned in, my breath steadying as I read. The prose painted a vivid picture of the autumn evening around me, capturing even the sound of rain tapping against the window in a hypnotic rhythm. As I delved further, the words seemed to anticipate my actions. Curiosity urged him to turn the page, the text beckoned, and almost involuntarily I complied. New words materialized before my eyes, as if a spectral presence guided the pen to describe my very sensations. The warmth of the lamp, the heaviness of my breath, the faint shiver down my spine. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, unable to tear my gaze from the now alive pages. The narrative shifted to detail the books on the shelves, some titles previously unnoticed now brought to my awareness. The writing flowed with a mesmerizing cadence, weaving a spell that held me captive. Seated on the couch, the diary still visible on the desk, I listened as the rain outside intensified, cocooning me in a world apart. The room felt transformed, as if the unfolding mystery had carved out its own realm within the confines of my study. A sense of peace washed over me as I closed my eyes, letting the rain's symphony carry me. Upon opening my eyes, the diary had evolved, delving into memories long buried, secrets unshared. With cautious steps, I approached the desk, the words now resonating as a personal dialogue, a whispered conversation with my past self. Each revelation felt like a step towards a profound understanding, veiled yet tantalizing. As midnight approached, I realized hours had slipped by in this silent communion with the diary. The final words appeared, "Some mysteries don't need solving to be understood." With a gentle closure, the leather under my touch, I pondered if the dawn would find those words lingering or fading like a dream. Retiring for the night, I glanced back at the study. The diary rested innocuously, yet a transformation had occurred within. The night enveloped the room, the lamp's glow a silent sentinel to the enigma that had unfolded. And in that moment, as I shut the door, I embraced the notion that perhaps some mysteries hold their allure in remaining unsolved, their whispers lingering in the quiet of the night. Story 22. The winter night was wrapped in silence as the snow fell softly, draping the windowsill with a velvety white blanket. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the warm glow of the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The comforting heat of the tea provided solace against the chill creeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room with a hypnotic cadence akin to a soothing lullaby. In that tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amongst the swirling snowflakes, a faint face materialized, indistinct yet possessing an otherworldly aura, as if sketched by my breath's mist on the frosty glass. The eyes, in contrast, held a mysterious clarity. Profound and shadowed, they peered at me with an uncanny familiarity. Slowly rising from my seat, the wooden floor groaned beneath my weight. As I drew closer to the window, the apparition in the reflection seemed to dissipate, leaving behind a lingering sensation of being observed. The aroma of tea now intermingled with a subtle hint of jasmine, a fragrance previously unnoticed, stirring vague recollections of a long-forgotten summer evening. Although I resumed my seat, my gaze incessantly searched for that elusive face within the glass. The pendulum's hypnotic swing persisted, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my weathered leather-bound journal from the adjacent shelf, I absent-mindedly thumbed through its pages, causing an aged photograph to slip out. With trembling fingers, I lifted the yellowed image, still discernible despite the passage of time. Captured in the photo was a group of individuals smiling at the camera during a summer picnic, a scene unfamiliar to my memory. Yet each face bore an uncanny resemblance to someone known. One figure, in particular, drew my attention. A young woman in the background, slightly blurred, fixing the camera with the same deep, dark eyes mirrored in the window's reflection. My heart beat a slow, steady rhythm as I scrutinized the photograph. The woman, clad in a white floral dress, clutched a bouquet of jasmine in her hands. Her smile, tender and wistful, tugged at my heartstrings. Flipping the photo over, seeking a date or note, my eyes fell upon the elegantly scripted message, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind rustled the curtains, though all windows were securely shut. The scent of jasmine intensified, enveloping me like a gentle embrace. In a fleeting moment, I shut my eyes, fragments of memories resurfacing, a melodious laughter, a distant piano's melody, the whisper of a white dress among a garden's trees. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its descent in silence. The window's reflection portrayed only my weary visage. Yet, as I tenderly nestled the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that face would visit me in slumber. It wasn't a menacing presence, but rather a soft melancholy, akin to a forgotten tune suddenly recalled. Settling onto the couch, swathed in a cozy blanket, the pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted. The jasmine scent lingered in the air, gradually fading, like a memory slipping into the realm of dreams. Before succumbing to sleep, I pondered the many concealed memories nestled within my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are not meant to be forgotten, but instead linger as gentle phantoms, guardians of memories veiled by time yet unobscured. Drifting into slumber, a crystalline laughter echoed in my ears, carried by the wind alongside the snowflakes that continued their nocturnal dance. Story 23. The hotel corridor glowed with a soft, amber light seeping through glass lampshades like pools of honey. It was deep into the night, and the only sound breaking the silence was the gentle hum of air conditioners. I made my way towards the elevator, dragging my suitcase noiselessly over the rich burgundy carpet. The weariness of travel settled heavily on my shoulders after a long day of meetings. I pushed the elevator button and stood there, watching my blurry reflection in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator slowly counted down, 6, 5, 4. The display cast a gentle green glow that danced on the walls. As the doors opened with a soft chime, I stepped into the small, mirrored space enveloped in dark wood. My destination was the 7th floor, the highest one. I pressed the button and leaned against the back wall, closing my eyes briefly. The elevator began its ascent smoothly and steadily. The mechanical sound was barely audible, akin to a deep, rhythmic breath. When I opened my eyes again, I noticed something peculiar in the mirror's reflection in front of me. It appeared as though my image lagged slightly behind my movements, as if mimicking me with a fraction of delay. Shaking my head, I attributed the sensation to fatigue. The elevator glided to a halt, and the doors slid open. Stepping into the hallway, I immediately sensed that something was amiss. The carpet was now a deep forest green, instead of the burgundy I remembered. The wall lamps had transformed, exuding an antique charm with an Art Deco flair I hadn't noticed before. Checking the elevator display, it still read the 7th floor, but the ambiance felt entirely different. The hallway appeared elongated, narrower, and the air held a distinct scent of old books and aged wood. The room numbers were peculiarly labeled, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard numerals I had seen during booking. Turning back towards the elevator, I found the doors had sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above the doors remained dark, as if the elevator had never existed. The silence thickened, almost tangible. Slowly, I made my way down the hallway, attempting to reorient myself. The light seemed to pulse gently, as if breathing. Each door I passed appeared identical, yet emitted a unique aura, as though concealing a distinct tale within its dark wooden frame. At the far end of the corridor, a figure sat in an antique armchair. He resembled an elderly doorman in a vintage uniform, his white hair impeccably groomed. As I drew nearer, he glanced up from the book in his hands, offering a kind smile. "Are you lost?" he inquired with a soothing, familiar tone, as though anticipating my arrival. "I believe so," I responded. "I was headed to the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah, this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a mysterious grin. "Just not the one you were seeking. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiarity. It guides weary travelers to where they truly belong, not necessarily where they think they ought to be." Surveying my surroundings anew, I noticed intricate details. The golden-framed photographs on the walls depicted smiling figures in vintage attire, and the clock on the wall ticked backwards, defying conventional time. "Fear not," the doorman continued, gently closing his book. "The elevator will return when the moment is ripe. Meanwhile, why don't you take a seat? Time is but a trivial concept here." I settled into the armchair beside him, feeling my fatigue gradually dissipate. The once unsettling silence now cradled me like a warm embrace. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows pirouetting on the walls, weaving hypnotic patterns. The passage of time became blurred. It could have been minutes or hours that slipped by. The backward ticking of the clock produced a soothing melody, akin to a lullaby. At some indeterminate point, the familiar chime of the elevator resonated through the hallway. "There," the doorman remarked without lifting his gaze from the book. "I believe it's time for you to return to your realm." Rising to my feet, I felt oddly rejuvenated. As I approached the elevator, I turned to express my gratitude to the doorman, only to find the armchair vacant. His book rested on the armrest, its weathered leather cover faintly gleaming in the soft light. The elevator doors glided open soundlessly. Stepping inside, the journey was swift this time. Upon exiting, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with the burgundy carpet and contemporary lamps. Reaching my room, I inserted the key into the lock. Before entering, I cast a final glance towards the elevator. For a fleeting moment, the digital display flickered, revealing not a number but an unfamiliar symbol. Then, as swiftly as it appeared, it reverted to displaying 7. Since that peculiar night, Whenever I ride an elevator in a hotel, I ponder whether it will transport me to my desired destination or to where I truly need to be. And on the most tranquil evenings, I swear I can discern the rustle of pages from an ancient tome, turned by unseen hands in a corridor that exists between floors, in a realm of its own. Story 24. The night had cloaked the old house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, my gaze drifted to the painting hanging across from me. It was an heirloom from my grandmother, depicting a tranquil woodland scene at dusk. While not a precious work of art, it held a captivating charm that always stirred a sense of wistful calm within me. That night, bathed in the golden glow of the floor lamp casting flickering shadows around the room, a peculiar realization dawned on me. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, though I could have sworn it had always hung perfectly straight. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose, the floorboards murmuring softly beneath my steps as I approached the wall. With gentle hands, I straightened the painting, tracing the rough edges of the antique frame with my fingertips. Back in my seat, I resumed my book, lulled by the warmth of the tea and the soothing melody of the rain outside. It was some time later when I glanced up that I saw the painting askew once more, this time tilting to the left. A subtle chill rippled down my spine, yet I tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue or a trick of light and shadow. Rising again, I treaded cautiously towards the painting. To my astonishment, I noticed a detail I had never before observed. The hues of the sunset seemed more vibrant, almost pulsating, and the tree shadows elongated compared to before. With trembling fingers, I brushed the warm canvas, sensing a difference in the way the paint caught the light. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the painting, noticing subtle alterations each time I entered the room. Sometimes the changes were barely perceptible, while other times they were more pronounced. Not only did the tilt shift, but the very essence of the painting seemed to subtly transform. The density of the trees fluctuated, the clouds in the painted sky shifted shapes. I began documenting these shifts, capturing the painting in morning and evening light, meticulously comparing the images. The discrepancies, though slight, were undeniable. Within the painted woods, ephemeral details emerged and vanished. A nest nestled among branches, a hidden glade, a faint path that materialized out of nowhere. The sunset appeared to inch across the canvas, as if time within the painting ebbed at a pace different from our own. One tranquil evening, while settled in my armchair, a flicker of movement caught my attention. The painting was tilting on its own, a gradual motion barely perceptible. Rather than fear, a profound curiosity, mingled with a surreal tranquility, enveloped me. The shift was fluid, as if an unseen hand tenderly caressed it. I approached the painting once more, unhesitant this time. The canvas seemed to quiver beneath my gaze, and in the reflection of the protective glass covering the painting, for a fleeting instant I fancied I glimpsed a familiar figure. The blurred profile of my grandmother, ethereal and faint like a distant memory, appeared to smile as she righted the painting to its proper alignment. Since then, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night, before retiring to bed, I devote a few moments to studying the painting, seeking out its newest secrets. At times, I feel it's my grandmother's way of assuring me she remains present, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that shifts and breathes like a living thing. This tale I've kept close to my heart, sharing it with none, cherishing the sweet mystery it holds. The painting continues its dance of movement, though less frequently now, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and guarding its enigma. And so, every evening finds me settled in my armchair, tea in hand, the rain's gentle rhythm against the windows, as I gaze upon the painting that lives a life of its own, a silent communion understood only between us. Story 25. In the hushed embrace of night, I was roused by the gentle cadence of a pendulum, its rhythmic ticking a soothing lullaby in the enigmatic darkness. Each tick reverberated through the stillness like a mechanical heartbeat, a steady reminder of the passage of time in this mysterious realm. Slowly, my eyelids fluttered open, revealing a room bathed in the ethereal glow of twilight. Nothing in this space felt familiar to me. I found myself reclined on an ancient burgundy velvet couch, its plushness worn by the hands of time. A fragrance lingered in the air, a delicate blend of aged wood, dried flowers, and an elusive essence that eluded my senses. Faint light filtered through ornate brocade curtains, casting intricate shadows upon the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, I began to discern the intricate details of the room. Silent guardians of a bygone era, antique dark wood furniture stood stoically in the corners. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves adorned with leather-bound tomes untouched for generations. On a small table adjacent to the couch, a delicate porcelain teacup cradled steaming liquid that resembled tea. Rising languidly, my muscles protesting as though I had been in slumber for an eternity, I traversed the room, the softness of the Persian rug muffling my footsteps. Approaching the window, I drew aside the heavy curtains, revealing a mist-shrouded garden where shadowy forms of trees and foliage swayed gently in the nocturnal breeze. A disquieting realization struck me as I caught my reflection in the glass. I was garbed in attire foreign to me. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, impeccably tailored yet evoking a time long past. My fingers trembled as they grazed the fabric, attesting to its undeniable reality. A flicker of movement in my periphery diverted my attention. I turned towards the room's interior, but all remained still, except for the unwavering pendulum, a metronome of time's elusive dance in this enigmatic abode. Resolved to explore beyond the confines of the room, I pushed open the door, its hinges emitting a soft creak that pierced the silence. A dimly lit hallway stretched before me, adorned with portraits of unfamiliar faces, their eyes seemingly following my every step. The wooden floor groaned beneath my weight as I advanced cautiously, each creak resonating in the profound quietude. Ascending a staircase to the upper level, I felt the temperature plummet gradually, the cold banister under my touch evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Arriving on the landing, a row of closed doors confronted me, each bearing a brass nameplate inscribed with cryptic markings obscured by the dimness. It was then that I heard it, a delicate melody, piano notes as ephemeral as a whisper, wafting through the air like a spectral caress. The music seemed to emanate from the final chamber at the end of the hallway, beckoning me with its haunting beauty. As I drew closer, the notes grew fainter, as if teasing the edges of my consciousness with their ethereal allure. With trepidation, I pushed open the door. Inside, the room lay vacant, save for a grand piano draped in a ghostly white sheet. No soul occupied the stool, yet the ambience resonated with the echo of the mysterious melody. Approaching the instrument, I reverently unveiled the keys, revealing an aged, yellowed photograph resting upon them. In the dying light of dusk, I scrutinized the image, my heart quickening at the sight. It depicted this very room, but in a distant era. Seated at the piano was a figure that mirrored myself, clad in the same archaic attire I now wore, though the photograph bore the marks of a century-long past. Descending the staircase, an inexplicable calm settled within me, despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's ceaseless pendulum seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of my own heart, a harmonious union of time and being. Settling back onto the velvet couch, I observed that the teacup still radiated warmth, its contents untouched. Gazing into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. I had not truly awakened, but had instead ventured into a dream woven by another's slumber, a dream that had spanned the ages. The pendulum persisted in its hypnotic chant, measuring the seconds of a time that may have never existed, within a domicile that seemed to harbor secrets of my very essence. Savoring a sip of the tea, its flavor achingly familiar, I beheld the garden beyond, where a veil of mist had enveloped the landscape, blurring the boundaries between reality and reverie. And in that moment, I knew that I was destined to linger in this enigmatic abode, a house that had awaited my presence across time's expanse. Story 26. The night held a profound stillness that was almost tangible as I made my way along the gravel path toward the ancient family homestead. Each step I took seemed to reverberate loudly in the encompassing darkness, the dry leaves rustling lazily around me, guided by a whispering breeze that meandered through the branches of the ancient trees. The house had stood deserted for months following Aunt Mary's departure, and now it was my duty to ensure that all remained as it should. With a metallic echo, the antique key turned in the lock, opening the door to the empty porch. A distinct aroma lingered in the air, a mixture of aged wood and an indefinable essence that evoked memories of childhood days spent within those very walls. Inside, the fading light of dusk filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, there was a peculiar quality to that silence, as if it held within it an unseen presence. As I ventured down the main corridor, my footsteps echoed familiarly on the hardwood floor. The walls were adorned with portraits of generations past, their eyes seeming to follow my every move with a new intensity. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared different, more enigmatic than I recalled. It was then that I heard it, a faint sound, so delicate that at first I questioned if it was real. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby being hummed in a far-off room. The melody tugged at my memory, elusive yet familiar. Intrigued, I followed the sound as it led me upstairs. Each step I ascended told its own tale through the aged creaking of the staircase. The melody grew clearer, yet remained just beyond my grasp, like a fleeting dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I pinpointed the source, the old playroom, a sanctuary of childhood adventures with my cousins during rainy afternoons. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter into the room. Pushing it open gently, I was met with a scene unchanged from years past. The rocking horse, the bookshelf, the toy chest. But there on the windowsill sat a music box unknown to me. Approaching cautiously, I observed the tarnished brass music box, adorned with intricate floral engravings. Strangely, it sat silent, yet the melody lingered in the air as if the very walls were echoing its tune. Peering closer, I noticed a peculiar sight. The dancer atop the box appeared to move in the window's reflection, a mesmerizing illusion shattered with a blink. And then a realization struck me. The melody was my grandmother's lullaby, a tune long forgotten but now vivid in my mind. But how could her voice resonate in this room, long after she had left us? Taking the music box in my hands, I felt a warmth spreading through me. Beneath it, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. The melody began to fade, melding with the house's silence until it dissipated entirely. Seated atop the old toy chest, the moonlight casting dancing shadows, I pondered the inexplicable connection to the past that enveloped me. Since that night, I have carried the music box with me on each visit to the house. Though it remains silent on quiet evenings, a faint echo of that lullaby seems to linger in the air, as if the house itself holds the memories of all those who once dwelled within. And perhaps, as I close the door behind me, I reflect on the notion that certain places retain the love and care they have witnessed, resonating softly through time, an eternal echo that reminds us nothing truly fades away. Story 27. In the soft glow of the flickering candle, I descended the ancient stone steps in the depths of the cellar. Each creak of the worn wood beneath my feet echoed a familiar melody, a tune of nostalgia that played on repeat during my daily visits to retrieve Grandma's prized preserves. The cool, damp air wrapped around me like a comforting shroud, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of aged wood that whisked me back to the innocence of childhood. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. It wasn't just the dancing flame, defying the stillness with its erratic movements, nor the thin veil of dust that cloaked every surface despite my recent presence. No, there was an undercurrent of mystery weaving through the cellar, beckoning me to uncover its secrets. The shadows sprawled across the stone walls, elongating as if reaching out towards the darkness that pooled at the foot of the stairs. Halting midway down, a peculiar sensation gripped me, halting my descent. The wooden shelves, typically finite in their expanse, now appeared to stretch endlessly into the unknown. The feeble light of the candle failed to illuminate their distant ends, the corridor extending before me like a riddle waiting to be solved. A palpable silence enveloped me, broken solely by the rhythm of my own heartbeat and the distant melody of water trickling through the ancient stones. Pushing past my trepidation, curiosity propelled me forward. The jars of preserves, usually gleaming with familiarity, now bore labels marked with dates of yore as I progressed. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels had faded beyond recognition, lost to the annals of time. The chill in the air deepened, mingling with an ancient aroma reminiscent of forgotten manuscripts. The shelves continued their enigmatic stretch, revealing walls adorned with intricate symbols and patterns crafted from age-old bricks. Symbols unknown to me adorned the stone, etched with a precision that defied the era of the cellar's construction. Coming to a standstill before a peculiar shelf, my gaze fixated on a jar unlike the rest. Crafted from obsidian glass that seemed to devour light rather than reflect it, the intact label bore a date that defied logic, 1820. Fingers trembling, I lifted the jar, and amidst the cellar's stillness, a faint whisper brushed against my ears. Not words, but a whisper of time itself, rustling like ancient pages stirred by an unseen hand. Slowly turning, a fleeting vision danced at the edge of my vision, indistinct figures moving in the shadows, memories straining to take form. Sensing it was time to retreat, I pivoted towards the stairs, only to find the distance I had traversed had multiplied. The light at the stairs' summit now a mere speck, a distant star in a lightless sky. With measured steps I ascended, willing calmness to settle over me, counting each footfall as one would count sheep. The shelves shifted once more, gradually morphing back into the familiar visage of the cellar. The jar's dates grew more recent. The walls reverted to their original state. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tether to reality amidst the enigma. Emerging into the warm embrace of the kitchen's light, I placed the jar on the first step and glanced back into the cellar's shadows. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a distortion in the fabric of time itself. That night, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I pondered the events of the evening. The jar now bore a common label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet upon opening it, a scent unlike any other wafted forth. It was the essence of time, sweet and ancient, evoking memories of bygone days. Henceforth, each descent into the cellar carried a whisper of anticipation. While the stairs remained unaltered, the preserves unassuming, there lingered a sense that the cellar awaited, ready to unveil more temporal mysteries. And perhaps one day, armed with courage, I shall venture down that infinite corridor once more, to discover the secrets veiled at the precipice where time loses its grasp on reality. Story 28. The hush of the night was broken by a distant, gentle melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my lap, and a cup of now cool chamomile tea resting on the nearby table, I glanced up from the book I had been engrossed in. The notes wafted through the air like delicate snowflakes, almost imperceptible yet unquestionably present. It was a piano, I was certain, weaving a tune that felt both unfamiliar and strangely reminiscent, like a faded memory of a long-lost dream. The house was cloaked in darkness, save for the soft glow of a lamp beside my chair, casting a comforting circle of light around me. Shadows swayed on the walls in sync with the enigmatic music's rhythm. I rose leisurely, letting the blanket cascade softly to the floor with a whisper. Each step I took on the wooden floor whispered a faint creak as I made my way to the living room window. Beyond, the night lay tranquil and mute. The full moon bathed the garden in its silvery radiance, unveiling the silhouettes of trees swaying gently in the nocturnal breeze. No signs of life stirred in the neighboring homes, all shrouded in darkness. Yet the melody persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. I wandered through the house, room after room, tracing the elusive source of the ever-shifting melody. In the kitchen, it appeared to drift from the living room. In the living room, it hinted at originating from the staircase. On the stairs, it seemed to descend from the upper level. It was a hypnotic interplay of echoes and reverberations that beckoned me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my abode. Upon reaching my upstairs bedroom, I noticed the door slightly ajar, despite my certainty of having left it open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, casting intricate patterns on the floor. The music now rang clearer, more defined, as if I stood on the brink of uncovering its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room intently. My antique music box, a keepsake from my grandmother that had sat on the bedside table untouched for years, glistened in the dim light. In the quiet of the night, its diminutive ballerina twirled gracefully, casting a dancing shadow on the wall. The melody it played mirrored the one that had beckoned me there, yet now amplified, as though the entire house had become a resonating chamber. Approaching with measured steps, I felt my heartbeat synchronize with the music's cadence. The music box seemed to radiate a faint warmth, almost tangible. The ballerina continued her pirouette, but her visage, once a simple porcelain oval in my memory, now bore distinct features. Features I recognized. It was my grandmother's face, perfectly replicated in miniature, her familiar sweet smile from my childhood etched there. The figure's eyes seemed to meet mine fleetingly, and in that moment, the melody shifted subtly, morphing into a lullaby she had sung to me as a child. I stood transfixed, allowing the music to envelop me like a warm embrace. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of peace and wistfulness. The notes filled the room until, gradually, they ebbed in intensity, like waves receding from the shore. As the music finally ceased, the music box closed with a soft click. Silence descended once more upon the house, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair downstairs, retrieving the fallen blanket and wrapping myself in its embrace once more, I found the book still open to the page where I had left off. Yet my mind could not focus on the words. Instead, my thoughts lingered on the music box and my grandmother. I pondered how many other melodies lay captive within those silent gears all these years, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that night, on occasion, when the house is particularly still and the full moon bathes the garden in its glow, a sweet, familiar melody drifts through the rooms. I no longer seek its origin. I merely close my eyes and listen, understanding that some mysteries need not be unraveled to be comprehended. Story 29. In the quiet of the attic, the soft rustle of paper slipping through my fingers created a melody that harmonized with the gentle hum of the setting sun's golden rays. Dust particles danced in the air, catching the fading light as I sifted through the forgotten relics of my family's past. Amidst the yellowed documents, a mysterious envelope beckoned to me, sealed with aged red wax and bearing my name in a script unknown to me. Sinking into an old wooden chair, worn with time, I inhaled the scent of antiquity that enveloped me, a blend of weathered wood and well-loved books. Outside, a grand tree swayed in the breeze, its leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The weight of the envelope in my hands hinted at the hidden secrets it held within. With a delicate touch, I broke the seal, the crackling of the wax piercing the silence like a whispered secret. Inside, delicate pages awaited me, their veiled nature hinting at untold stories. The elegant handwriting, a dance of ink upon parchment, revealed a letter dated half a century before my time. The opening words, "My dear future grandchild," ignited a spark of curiosity within me, drawing me deeper into the unfolding mystery. As I delved into the letter, the room around me seemed to fade, the dimming light casting a surreal glow upon the pages. The words, imbued with a life of their own, spun a tale of a grandmother I had never known. She spoke of a rare gift that coursed through our lineage, granting glimpses beyond the boundaries of time under specific celestial alignments. Through her words, I learned of visions seen in twilight, of futures foretold in whispers carried by the wind. My grandmother's pen painted a portrait of her life, intertwined with the threads of fate that bound us together across generations. Each revelation sent a shiver down my spine, as if her essence lingered in the very air I breathed. With each passing moment, the room grew hushed, the weight of her words echoing in the stillness. She detailed the sacrifices made in the pursuit of safeguarding our family, the toll exacted by peering into the veiled unknown. In that attic, time seemed to waver, its boundaries blurred by the revelations contained within the letter. The legacy of her gift unfolded before me, threading the tapestry of my past, present, and future. Some events described had already come to pass, while others lay dormant, waiting for their moment to unfurl. The handwriting shifted subtly, reflecting the strain of imparting her wisdom across time and space. On the final page, her script wavered, a testament to the weight of the knowledge she bore. A pivotal choice loomed on the horizon, a moment when the gift would bloom within me, demanding a decision that would shape destinies yet to be written. I gazed out the window, where the moon's glow painted the room in silver hues, casting shadows of uncertainty upon the threshold of my path. When you hear the call, her words beckoned, a whisper carried on the wings of the wind, you will know what to do. The burden of the gift lay heavy upon my shoulders, a legacy passed down through generations. Her final plea echoed in the quiet space, a promise of continuity, of bonds unbroken by time's relentless march. Carefully folding the pages, I returned them to their sanctuary within the envelope, a vessel of secrets and revelations. The wind outside grew insistent, a reminder of the forces at play beyond the confines of the attic. Rising from my seat, I approached the window, where a reflection danced upon the glass, merging with the moon's ethereal glow. In that fleeting moment, a specter of an elderly woman, bearing a gentle smile, overlapped with my own reflection. A vision, a memory, or a trick of the light I could not discern. Yet, on the desk before me, where blankness had reigned, now lay a sheet of paper and a pen, as if awaiting my touch. Seating myself once more, the moon as my witness, I took up the pen and began to inscribe the words that bridged past and future, heart and soul. My dear future grandchild, the ink flowed, a river of connection that traversed the veil of time, binding us in a legacy of whispers and dreams. Story 30. In the quiet embrace of night, the small hillside town lay shrouded in a velvet hush. An autumn evening painted with the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, as fog slithered through the narrow alleys like a ghostly feline. From my lofty perch on the third floor, I peered out at the neighboring houses, each window aglow with a warm amber hue. A peculiar sight, so many lights ablaze at this late hour, yet no signs of life behind the misted glass. The church bell tolled 10, its echo hollow and distant, as if veiled in a cloak of cotton. Having only recently arrived in this town 3 weeks prior, I found the deserted streets a stark departure from the usual bustle. Normally, even at this late hour, a lone figure would traverse the cobblestones with their faithful canine companion, or the youths from the corner tavern would linger under the flickering street lamp, exchanging stories over a shared cigarette. Seated in my favored armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the stray cat that often prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The steam spiraling from the cup pirouetted in the air, weaving ephemeral shapes that dissolved into the room's obsidian corners. Opting for the soft glow of a reading lamp, I cast gentle shadows upon the cream-colored walls. A sudden rustle roused me from my reverie, emanating from the dim hallway that led to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than alarmed, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down upon the wooden side table. As I approached the corridor, a chill permeated the air, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of ancient stone walls. The floor creaked softly beneath my feet, a familiar sound that offered an odd comfort. Pausing at the bedroom threshold, I hesitated. The door ajar, a faint bluish light spilled through the crack, unlike any illumination in my possession. Pushing the door open with a whisper of protest, I found the window shut tight, yet the curtain fluttered as if stirred by a phantom breath. At my feet, a single sheet of paper lay, a newspaper scrap. The date atop read, October 15th, 1954, and the headline seized my attention, Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article detailed a night when the town's denizens had retreated to their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact of silence. Engrossed in the text, a movement outside the window snagged my gaze. Across the street, lights flickered out in succession, like candles snuffed by an unseen hand. Behind the veiled panes, motionless figures seemed to peer towards the empty road. A buzz from my robe pocket heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, remain indoors. It is imperative. Peering out once more, I noted that all lights had extinguished, save for mine. In the deepening hush, my heartbeat slowed, aligning with a rhythm ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the worn newspaper scrap, I marveled at its velvety texture, as though cherished through time. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, ensnaring the street lamps in a ghostly embrace. From my vantage point, the town's main thoroughfare lay deserted, a tableau of eerie stillness. Recalling the article's accounts, it was said that come morning, the events of the silent night would vanish from memory. Life would resume as normal, though sporadically, the phenomenon would recur. Rising, I made my way to the light switch. Before plunging the room into darkness, I stole a final glance outside. The fog undulated, assuming sinuous forms that seemed to dance, figures flitting within its milky veil like phantoms adrift in a spectral sea. As the room fell into shadow, I settled upon the bed, still cloaked in my attire. Silence enveloped me, broken solely by the measured tick-tock of the nightstand clock. Drifting into slumber, I pondered whether come dawn, this night would linger in my memory, or if, like the town's residents, I too would forget the cyclical mystery that enshrouded our lives. And as sleep's tendrils wove around my consciousness, the distant toll of midnight bells whispered in my ears, their chimes muted and ethereal, as if born from a realm where silence was the native tongue of all beings. Story 31. The rain's steady lullaby against my window had become a trusted companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet painted shimmering paths down the glass, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of liquid light. Bathed in the soft amber glow of my desk lamp, I found solace in the cozy shadows enveloping the rest of the room. I made a habit of studying the raindrops, seeking out hidden stories in their graceful trails. Yet, on this particular night, a peculiar shift caught my attention. The water seemed to flow with purpose, moving in mysterious patterns as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of exhaustion, the rain's gentle rhythm nearly hypnotizing me into a dreamlike state. But the anomalies persisted, growing more defined with each passing moment. The droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, carving out dry spaces that slowly began to form the outline of a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, my breath held in anticipation. The reflection not only mirrored the rain, but also captured the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. And there, in that dual world of glass and water, I noticed a subtle discrepancy in my own reflection. It moved slightly out of sync with my actions, a fraction delayed in its responses. As the rain's soothing melody filled my ears, I witnessed a mesmerizing sight. My reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, a motion I did not command. Its movement was fluid, graceful, as if following a dance choreographed in a realm beyond my understanding. A gentle warmth spread over my skin, contrasting the coolness of the night air by the window. Slowly, the features of my reflection began to shift, transforming into a blend of familiarity and enigma. The eyes held a wisdom that transcended time, depths that hinted at ancient knowledge. Immobile, I watched as my reflection continued its ethereal metamorphosis, transcending gender and age to embody something eternal. The rain encircled it in a frame of liquid silver, the droplets now moving in perfect orbits, defying gravity's pull. A flicker in my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness I sensed a presence beside me, gentle as a caress from a beloved spirit. When the light steadied, my reflection reverted to mirroring my movements flawlessly. Yet the rain persisted in its mystical dance, a silent testament to the extraordinary visitation I had experienced. For hours I remained by the window, captivated by the rain's whispers and the enigma that had unfolded before me. The lingering presence felt like a fond memory, neither alarming nor intrusive. With the approach of dawn, the rain gradually tapered off, leaving behind only faint traces on the window pane. Since that night, I am drawn to that window during rainy evenings, my pen and paper forgotten on the desk. In those rare moments when the rainfall creates a perfect mirror, I catch glimpses of that ethereal self observing me from the other side. There exists a quiet understanding between my reflection and I, an acknowledgement that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but savored. The rain continues its gentle descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another encounter beyond the veil. And in the tranquil interlude between watcher and watched, I ponder if in a parallel reality, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning for a glimpse of my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 32. The aged journal materialized on my nightstand one chilly winter morning, its deep red cover capturing the soft sunlight seeping through my drapes. Its presence was a mystery, as I had not placed it there. Yet the familiar feel of its weathered spine and cream pages gave me a sense of the déjà vu. The morning breeze carried the sharp scent of frost, accompanied by a distant wind chime serenading a soothing tune. Running my fingers over the intricate patterns etched on the cover, I could sense the history embedded in each line and curve. The leather was supple, polished by countless hands over time, a sensation I somehow recognized without knowing how. Upon opening it, a delicate aroma of lavender and aged paper wafted out, evoking elusive memories. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and beckoning. But as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, catching the morning light. The words were unmistakably mine, yet I had no memory of penning them down. The entries bore dates that lay in the future, days that had not yet unfolded. Each dawn, I found myself drawn to the journal, reading about events penned in my hand that were yet to pass. They began with simple occurrences, a chance encounter with an old acquaintance, the unearthing of a lost ring beneath my dresser, the distant tolling of church bells at midnight. Each prediction materialized with uncanny accuracy, like gentle ripples spreading across a placid lake. As days went by, the entries grew more intricate. Conversations unfolded verbatim as foretold, Sunsets mirrored the descriptions, and rain kissed my skin just as the pages had prophesied. The journal divulged no harrowing or alarming details, only soft enigmas and subtle revelations that draped each day in the tranquility of a slowly unfolding dream. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through my window, followed by a mysterious knock at my door. When reality mimicked the prophecy, a basket of warm rolls awaited me, their sender a ghostly enigma. Another entry hinted at a melody I would stumble upon while strolling in the garden, played on an unknown instrument. When the music graced my ears, it drifted like ethereal threads, its origin forever concealed. The presence of the journal altered my perception of time. Mornings became tinged with eager anticipation, evenings steeped in quiet contemplation. I began to notice nuances that had previously eluded me. The dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air preceding rain, the varying shades of silence that filled my chambers at night. Occasionally, pressed flowers would materialize between the pages, their hues vibrant though plucked from futures unbeknownst. Their petals were tender against my skin, their fragrance mingling with the ever-present scent of lavender. With each passing week, entries would fade once their events had passed, melding into the cream-colored paper like morning mist under the sun's gaze. Fresh entries would emerge, scribed in the same familiar hand, striking a delicate balance between enigma and solace. The origin of the journal remained a mystery, its choice of me inexplicable. Some queries, I realized, were destined to remain unanswered, their allure enhancing their beauty. The journal taught me to embrace the unknown with wonder rather than trepidation, to seek solace in the gentle unfolding of time. On serene nights, when the moon cast its silver glow through my window, I would catch glimpses of words inscribing themselves across the pages, letter by letter, akin to ink drops in clear water. Yet I refrained from deciphering them as they materialized, opting to let the mysteries of tomorrow remain shrouded until their hour arrived. The journal became my steadfast companion, a link between past and future. It unveiled no grand tragedies or moments of intense joy, only the subtle enchantment woven into everyday life when one learns to perceive it. Perhaps its greatest boon lay in teaching me to discover marvel in the quiet cadence of existence, in the gentle intermingling of reality and dreams. As I pen these words, I sense the morrow's prose taking shape in my mind, poised to fill as yet unnamed pages. The journal rests nearby, its cover radiating warmth, poised to disclose another day's worth of tender mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melody, and I smile, aware that its tune was foretold in tomorrow's entry, inscribed in handwriting both mine and not mine, in a journal that dreams of days yet to dawn. Story 33. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft gray shroud, casting a mysterious veil over the night. It was late, and I was on my way home after a grueling day at work when I first caught sight of it. A pair of headlights piercing through the haze, trailing behind me with unwavering precision. What caught my attention was not just the car itself, but a subtle intuition, a whisper in the depths of my mind, hinting at something peculiar about the way it mirrored my every move, almost as if it danced to the same tune as my thoughts. The distant hum of the engine trailing behind me was like a steady heartbeat, syncing seamlessly with the rhythm of my journey. Whenever I slowed down, it mirrored my pace. Whenever I accelerated, it followed suit. Through the misty mirror, all I could discern was a shadowy outline, a sedan perhaps, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes that never strayed from their watch over me. As I navigated the winding roads of the quiet neighborhood, the stillness of the sleeping houses around me seemed to amplify my growing sense of unease. Curiosity mingled with apprehension as I decided to test the waters. Instead of turning onto my usual street, I ventured straight ahead, taking a detour. To my astonishment, The mysterious car persisted, maintaining that eerie distance that now felt strangely familiar. The gentle patter of rain on my windshield added a serene backdrop to the unfolding enigma, a juxtaposition of calm and disquiet. Rivulets of rain cascaded down the glass, distorting the view of the persistent presence behind me. I made a series of turns, each more random than the last, yet the car remained steadfast in its pursuit, as if bound to me by an invisible thread, a silent partner in a nocturnal dance. The neighborhood slumbered on, oblivious to our nocturnal waltz through its empty streets. At a red light, I stole a glance through the rain-streaked glass and caught a glimpse of something more within the car behind me, a figure, motionless in the driver's seat, as unmoving as a statue. The realization sent a shiver down my spine, but I pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery at hand. When I finally reached home, the car lingered in the shadows, a faithful companion to the night. I switched off my engine, enveloping myself in the silence, broken only by the rain's gentle cadence and the steady thump of my own heartbeat. Through the mirror, I watched as the car parked a few yards away, its headlights casting an ethereal glow in the darkness. Minutes stretched into eternity as I stood there, grappling with a mix of fear and fascination. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, the headlights flickered off, plunging the street into darkness. Straining my eyes, I peered into the night, only to find the street deserted. The mysterious car vanished without a trace. Since that fateful night, a lingering unease haunts my nocturnal drives, prompting me to glance at the rearview mirror more frequently than before. And on misty evenings, when the fog weaves its tendrils through the city streets, I swear I catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance, a silent sentinel in the night, waiting with infinite patience. I find myself wondering if the car still roams the night, trailing another unsuspecting traveler, or if it bides its time, waiting for the opportune moment to rejoin me in our enigmatic dance through the city's shadowed alleys. Story 34. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a natural lullaby that always brought me a sense of tranquility. After many years, I had returned to sift through her belongings, now that she had departed. The scent of aged wood and weathered books lingered in the air, while the dwindling twilight seeped through the half-shut shutters, casting flickering shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. Tucked away in a corner, beneath a fine layer of dust, I discovered Grandma's old brass record player, a relic she always kept gleaming like a mirror. It was a piece of another era, with its intricate floral patterns adorning the mechanical arm and the turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly organized in worn cardboard sleeves. As I flipped through the records, my fingers paused on a particular one. Its cover was plain white, devoid of any title or author, only a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Though unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to play it. The record player sprang to life with a faint, familiar, soothing hum. Carefully, I positioned the record on the turntable and lowered the arm. Initially, there was only the customary crackle of vinyl, then the music commenced. It was a melody unknown to my ears, a waltz performed on the piano, yet there was a peculiar quality in the way the notes intertwined. The music seemed to shift subtly with each revolution of the record, as if the notes were rearranging themselves into fresh harmonies. I shut my eyes, surrendering to that enigmatic composition. I fancied catching a whiff of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, though it was impossible in the midst of winter. When I opened my eyes again, the shadows in the room moved in a different manner, no longer following the natural path of the fading light, but swaying to the rhythm of that mysterious tune. On the wall before me, I discerned the silhouette of a figure dancing, despite my solitude in the room. The waltz persisted, yet now I could detect, concealed within the piano notes, the faint sound of a laughter I recognized well. It was Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear as ever in my memory. A chill crept down my spine, not of fear, but a peculiar blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. The reflection in the glass mirrored the room behind me. Yet for an instant, I thought I glimpsed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dance gown, twirling at the heart of the attic. When I turned around, naturally, no one was there. The record carried on until its conclusion, and as the final note faded into silence, the room felt altered. Cozier, more vibrant, as if that brief musical interlude had roused dormant memories within the very walls of the house. That night, as I placed the enigmatic record back into its white sleeve, I noticed a detail I had overlooked earlier. Inscribed on the inner rim, in Grandma Rose's graceful handwriting, was a date, her wedding day. Below, in nearly imperceptible script, a message. Music is the key to our most cherished memories. Since then, each time I revisit the attic, I seek out that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while on other occasions, it seems to hide amidst the other vinyls. And each time I play it, the melody varies slightly, as if it harbored endless renditions of the same memory. I have never deciphered whether it was a special gift for Grandma Rose or something more mystifying. However, one thing remains certain. On those rainy evenings, when the record player spins that peculiar melody, the attic fills with a subtle enchantment. And for a fleeting moment, the boundary between present and past, between reality and memory, thins to the fragility of an old photograph. And perhaps in those fleeting instances, Grandma Rose still dances, forever young, forever joyful in an eternal waltz. Story 35. In the hush of the night, my footfalls whispered through the ancient wooden corridor, each step a gentle echo in the stillness. The aged floorboards murmured beneath me, their familiar creak weaving a melody with the soft patter of rain on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and yellowed paper, wrapping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. I paused before the door at the hallway's end, a portal to a room untouched for months. The lock shimmered faintly in the dim lamplight, a silent beckoning in the shadows. I vividly recalled securing it last, the key turned thrice, the handle tested for security. A ritual of reassurance, a dance of habit. But on this night, an unseen shift tinged the air around the door, a chill that whispered of secrets. Dust had settled on the brass handle in delicate swirls, a pattern etched by an unseen hand. Leaning closer, I traced the circles with my gaze, noting their intricate design. The door's surface emitted a subtle warmth, a paradox in the cold stillness. I pressed my palm against the wood, feeling its muted pulse. How could it radiate heat when untouched, the room dormant and devoid of warmth? Placing my ear against the door, I strained to catch a faint sound, a rhythmic breath like a slumbering presence. From the folds of my robe, I retrieved the key, its metal tingling against my skin. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, each movement deliberate, a silent prayer for what lay beyond. The key met resistance as I tried to turn it, a subtle defiance that quickened my pulse, not with fear, but with a hunger for revelation. Switching direction, the key yielded with a soft click, unlocking the door to a world unseen. As the door swung open, a wave of warmth and aroma enveloped me, a scent of vanilla tea lingering in the air. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet transformed, the space beckoned with a new allure. Books stood in a rearranged order on the shelves, their spines forming cryptic patterns. An armchair had shifted toward the window, an empty cup resting on the side table, a silent witness to unseen hands. Approaching the mahogany desk, I trailed my fingers over its polished surface, the dust telling tales of vanished words. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet, bearing a sentence scribed in a familiar hand, yet foreign to my memory. Time flows differently here, the words whispered, a revelation that resonated with the room's subtle pulse. Breath mingled with the curtain's sway, a dance of stillness and motion. Settling into the velvet armchair, I gazed at the room's reflection in the window, a mirrored world of secrets. A fleeting shadow danced at the edge of sight, a specter of imagination or a visitor unseen. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the room's embrace, the silence a symphony of whispers too faint to decipher. When I opened my eyes, the room had shifted imperceptibly, a subtle metamorphosis in every object's placement. The cup, once cool, now radiated warmth, a tendril of steam caressing the ceiling. Rising from the chair, I carried the room's enigma with me as I moved toward the door. My steps fell soundless on the wooden floor, a ghostly echo of my passage. Pausing at the threshold, I felt the room's heartbeat, a slumbering entity in repose. Gently, I closed the door, the click of the lock a lullaby in the stillness. Since that night, a whisper of vanilla tea haunts the air by the door, a ghostly scent of secrets kept. The room's mysteries remain veiled, a silent guardian of wonders best left undisturbed in their eternal sleep. Story 36. That night, as the snow fell softly from the sky, draping the world in a cloak of white, I wandered through the quiet corridors of the ancient museum. The wooden floors whispered their tales beneath my feet, accompanied by the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing by a window on the second floor, I watched the snowflakes pirouette through the air, their delicate dance mesmerizing me. Amid this serene scene, a flicker of movement in the courtyard caught my eye. A figure, mysterious and silent, moved among the barren trees, leaving no trace upon the freshly fallen snow. Intrigued, I made my way to the control room, where the monitors bathed the walls in a cool bluish light. Searching for the elusive figure, I found a blurry image on one of the screens displaying the courtyard. A sense of unease crept over me as I decided to investigate further. The museum seemed to hold its breath as I descended to the ground floor, the echoes of my footsteps mingling with the stillness of the artifacts that surrounded me. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I glimpsed the figure once more, a shadowy presence gliding effortlessly over the snow, soundless and ethereal. With trembling hands, I shone my flashlight towards the enigmatic being, only to see the light pass through him, casting eerie reflections upon the snow. As he turned towards me, his face blurred and indistinct, as if formed from mist. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and instinctual fear, I approached the door, the chill of the glass beneath my fingertips grounding me in the reality of the moment. The figure, devoid of features, advanced towards me, the air growing colder with each step. Objects behind him seemed to waver and lose their solidity, as if reality itself bent in his presence. Stopping just short of the door, the figure raised a hand in a gesture that felt oddly familiar, almost welcoming. Intricate frost patterns began to form on the glass, as though encoding a message in a forgotten language. Before I could decipher the symbols, a distant chiming of bells drew my attention away. When I turned back, the figure had vanished, leaving behind no trace save for the lingering frost on the glass. In the following days, I combed through the security footage in vain, finding only the falling snow in the empty courtyard. Yet on nights when the museum lay shrouded in silence, I would find myself drawn to that same glass door, half expecting the enigmatic figure to reappear. Sometimes, in the soft glow of the moonlight and the gentle descent of the snow, I fancied I saw a shapeless form moving among the flakes, a silent reminder of mysteries beyond comprehension. In those fleeting moments, I pondered the encounter as a message from the unknown, a whisper of truths that leave no tangible trace, like the man on the pristine snow. And so I continued to watch, waiting for that elusive figure to return, a silent guardian of the mysteries that lingered just beyond our grasp. Story 37. The night draped itself in a hushed embrace, veiled by a mist that turned the street lamps into faint twinkling stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows pirouette on the walls of my study, choreographed by the flickering flame of a solitary candle perched on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a familiar scent, a tapestry of memories woven into the very fibers, while the silence was punctuated by the steady rhythm of the pendulum clock. Amidst this tranquil tableau, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention. Among the familiar shadows that waltzed on the wall, there was one that moved with a cadence of its own. While the others swayed in harmony with the dance of the flame, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, as if it were exploring the wall's surface with a silent curiosity. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my fatigued mind, I closed the book resting in my lap and rose to investigate further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly retreated to the corner of the room. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the plastered wall with care. The irregular texture naturally birthed fleeting shadows, but the one that had ensnared my gaze was different. It bore a solidity, a definition that transcended mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall at the precise spot where the shadow had halted. The surface was icy cold, a stark contrast to the warmth that enveloped the room. In the ensuing days, I began to discern other enigmatic occurrences. The shadow materialized at varying intervals, always in solitude, always when the light teetered on the brink between existence and oblivion. Sometimes it lurked in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, always exhibiting a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, as I sat at my desk engrossed in writing, a sensation of presence prickled at the nape of my neck. Not an unsettling gaze, but a subtle awareness akin to a feline observer. I turned, and there, etched on the closed door of my study, was the shadow. This time, it held its ground, studying me with an intensity that belied its insubstantial form. It was then that a realization dawned upon me. The shadow lacked a source. Every shadow we encounter is birthed from something tangible, a material presence that gives rise to the ephemeral silhouette. Yet this shadow existed in autonomy, a specter unto itself, as if it were a sentient entity. I commenced a silent dialogue with it, a discourse of gestures and movements. In response, it waltzed on the wall, weaving intricate shapes that almost resembled letters, only to dissolve before comprehension could seize them. Sometimes a semblance of a message teased my perception, while at other times they dissolved into cryptic arabesques. With the passage of time, the shadow's presence became a comforting constant, a nocturnal companion that soothed the restlessness of sleepless nights. As I sought its familiar dance amidst the ordinary shadows, it became a silent sentinel, a custodian of the nighttime hours. The origin and essence of the shadow eluded me despite exhaustive research, consultations with experts, and delving into ancient tomes. Theories abounded, physical anomalies, residual energy manifestations, yet none encapsulated the enigma that resided within that inscrutable presence. Now, ensconced in my armchair, penning these lines, I perceive the shadow's gentle movements on the periphery of my vision. It has melded into the tapestry of my existence, a mystery embraced with quiet acceptance, devoid of complete understanding. I often muse if it too contemplates my nature, if I am as much an enigma to it as it is to me. The candle on the side table flickers, nearing its end, heralding the shadow's imminent retreat into the cloak of darkness, only to re-emerge when a new luminescence births the space for its ethereal form. And so I shall remain here, a solitary figure engaged in a wordless communion with the bodiless shadow, awaiting its return in the silent interlude between man and mystery. Story 38. In the tranquil embrace of moonlight, bathing my room, delicate shadows danced upon the wooden floor, a silent symphony of night. I have always been attuned to the hushed whispers of the world during those bewitching hours when time itself seems to pause. And on a particular autumn evening, a gentle wind outside serenaded the trees, its melody a soothing lull against the window panes. It was amidst one of my nocturnal explorations through the ancient corridors of my home that I first glimpsed it, a subtle shift in the wallpaper's pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere trick of light, a plaything of shadows in the dimness. Yet, beneath my fingertips as they traced the wall, the texture morphed, transforming into something resembling weathered wood instead of the familiar textured wallpaper. This revelation sparked a nightly ritual. With each sunset painting the sky in hues of twilight, I would anticipate the coming transformation. It always commenced with a whisper of change in the air, a gentle coolness, carrying hints of cedar and a scent ancient and elusive, reminiscent of dusty tomes and forgotten chambers. Slowly, like a secret unfolding, the door materialized before me. A door of ornate wood, its carvings intricate and ever-shifting, defying my attempts to grasp their essence. The brass doorknob glowed with an inner light, beckoning with a warmth that felt like a hidden invitation. Night after night, I would linger in the hallway, captivated by the door's emergence. Sometimes, I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its fragrance mingling with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's appearance. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, I hesitated to turn it, sensing that crossing that threshold would alter everything, and I was not yet ready for such a change. As my nocturnal vigils continued, subtle shifts permeated the house. Shadows deepened, moving with intent. The house's familiar creaks took on a rhythmic cadence, like a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with possibility, heavy with the weight of untold tales waiting to be unveiled. On quiet nights, I fancied I could hear faint sounds from beyond the door, not ominous, but captivating. Pages turning in an unseen book, the soft ticking of a phantom grandfather clock, and at times a distant humming of a melody unfamiliar. Researching the house's history yielded no clues about the door, only tales of past residents who spoke of peculiar dreams and tranquil nights. An elderly former owner chronicled in her journal a path to peaceful slumber that materialized solely in the darkest hours. Her words, once dismissed as the musings of a solitary widow, now resonated with me. The door became my companion in the night, a silent confidante as sleep evaded me. By its gentle glow, I would read or simply sit in contemplation, attuned to the murmurs from beyond. The door exuded no malice, but rather a sense of guardianship over something precious, a sentinel of tranquility. One memorable night, the carvings on the door seemed to weave a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing oceans. Yet each time I sought the conclusion, the patterns shifted, embarking on a new narrative. The door itself was a storyteller, divulging endless sagas to those patient enough to behold. Years drifted by, and still, I hesitated to grasp the doorknob. Perhaps that was why the door persisted, because I had respected its enigma, preserving its mysteries. It stood as a reminder that some enigmas are best left unsolved, some marvels more exquisite when left unexplored. On sleepless nights, I would find myself drawn to the hallway, a cup of tea in hand. Without fail, the door would materialize, radiating its familiar warmth and solace. In the soft luminescence, I realized that the door's true essence lay not in what lay beyond, but in the serenity it bestowed upon those who cherished its presence in the stillness of night. When morning light spilled through the windows and the door melded back into mundane wallpaper, I would question its existence. Yet, as night descended once more, ushering in that subtle shift in reality, that change in the air, I knew that some wonders exist solely for those who embrace the quiet shadows and await the magic that stirs in the dark. Story 39. The night had draped the house in a cloak of profound silence, broken only by the gentle tap of raindrops on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltz across the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering flames of the fireplace. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a soft quilt, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the scent of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. It was amidst this serene moment that I noticed something peculiar in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An ancient porcelain music box, a cherished gift from Grandma, seemed to radiate a faint bluish light. I couldn't recall it ever gleaming in such a manner before. Slowly I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the creaking floor blended with the rhythm of the rain, creating a hypnotic melody. As I drew near the door, the glow intensified yet remained gentle, akin to moonbeams caressing still water. The toy room was a sanctuary of memories and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves displayed porcelain dolls in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and cuddly animals with gentle expressions. The music box occupied a central spot on the shelf, surrounded by small crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if touched by an unseen breeze. Drawing closer, I noticed how the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in tiny clouds in the air, and the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand towards the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have turned their heads to glance in my direction, but in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original poses. The melody grew clearer. It was the lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had thought faded from memory. The music box began to rotate on its own, unhurriedly. The ballerina danced with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid as a real dancer's. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long past. The room's atmosphere thickened with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small, enchanting object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle. The music from the box intertwined with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that whispered of longing and hidden truths. The room's shadows seemed to sway to the music's beat, and for a fleeting moment, I felt I was not alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Gradually, the melody began to fade, like a dream slipping away at dawn. The blue light from the music box dimmed to a barely perceptible glow, and the ballerina slowed her dance until she came to a standstill. Silence returned to the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. I returned to my armchair, retrieving my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, I pondered Grandma and her penchant for objects steeped in stories. I mused if she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always harbored that enchantment, or if it was a special offering reserved for select moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. At times, I believe I catch a fleeting blue shimmer, or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 40. The soft flicker of candlelight waltzed gracefully across the walls of my bedroom, setting the stage for another tranquil evening in solitude. Raindrops delicately tapped against the window panes, orchestrating a gentle symphony that synchronized with the rhythm of my breath. Nestled among the ancient wooden furniture and the well-loved fragrance of leather-bound books, I sought solace in the familiar embrace of my sanctuary. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air stirred a sense of intrigue within me. Seated at my vintage writing desk, my focus was suddenly captivated by a mysterious sound, a faint, elusive scratching emerging from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the typical whispers of an aging house settling into the night, I couldn't shake the feeling of purpose behind the rhythmic pattern. The scratching, almost deliberate in its nature, beckoned me closer, drawing me in like a siren's call. Pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper, I delved into the mystery, tracing the enigmatic source of the sound. There, beneath the layers of time-worn paper, I uncovered a hidden world of intricate markings etched into the plaster with meticulous precision. These were not mere random etchings, but a language of symbols, each stroke imbued with purpose and intent. In the dance of the candle's glow, I unearthed a series of 12 symbols, repeating in an enigmatic cadence that whispered of secrets waiting to be unraveled. With trembling hands, I transcribed the symbols into my notebook, each stroke a puzzle piece in a cryptic tapestry that seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. As the night deepened, the rain outside intensified, casting a veil of mystery over my investigation. The symbols seemed to shift and transform under the flickering light, revealing hidden meanings that eluded my grasp. At times they resembled cryptic messages in a forgotten tongue. At others they morphed into celestial constellations, guiding me through the labyrinth of the unknown. The house murmured softly, a gentle accompaniment to the symphony of raindrops, as I uncovered more sections of the wall where the markings lay dormant, waiting to be discovered. Each symbol pulsed with a spectral glow, as if infused with a silent energy that whispered of ancient truths long forgotten. As the midnight hour loomed, a hush descended upon the room, broken only by a soft, ethereal hum emanating from the wall. It was a melody of whispers, a song of the unseen, weaving a tapestry of mystery that ensnared my senses and drew me deeper into its enigmatic embrace. Hours slipped away like grains of sand as I feverishly transcribed the symbols, their intricate dance unfolding across the pages of my notebook. With each stroke of my pen, new symbols emerged, as if the wall itself was a living canvas, painting its secrets in the language of the unknown. When weariness finally overcame me, I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain still serenading the night with its timeless lullaby. In the twilight realm of dreams, I fancied I heard murmurs echoing from the wall, a chorus of ancient whispers, sharing secrets as old as time itself. With the first light of dawn, the symbols seemed to shimmer with a quiet knowing, their enigma veiled in the soft embrace of morning's glow. Running my fingers over their arcane contours one final time, I realized that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic allure. To this day, on nights when the rain falls softly against my window, I catch echoes of that familiar scratching sound, a reminder of the enigmatic world that lies just beyond reach. The symbols remain hidden behind a painting, a silent testament to the mysteries that dwell within the walls, waiting for a curious soul to heed their call. Story 41. In my new home, a peculiar hallway held an arrangement of doors that beckoned exploration. Each door, from the vintage tiled bathroom to the bedroom with faded wallpaper, opened as expected, except for the last one. Painted a shade darker, it concealed a basement-like space devoid of stairs. This discovery came on a whispering winter day, as the old windows let in the chilling winds. Standing at the threshold, I peered down at the illuminated concrete floor 8 feet below, bathed in a constant glow from a mysterious hanging bulb. My real estate agent, puzzled by my inquiry about the unmentioned basement, promised to investigate. Days passed, and I found myself irresistibly drawn to that enigmatic door, its light never wavering, illuminating the pristine space below. The air carried a clean scent, unlike the expected mustiness, reminiscent of fresh linen or frosty mornings. One evening, a wooden toy block marked with a faded A materialized in the basement, defying logic. Subtle changes followed. The block shifted positions, rotated, yet all in eerie silence. 3 weeks later, the agent revealed the original blueprints showed no basement door, only a solid wall. Despite this revelation, the door remained, its dark paint a stark mystery. The block in the basement captivated me, its slow movements forming a cryptic pattern. Months passed, the basement's constant twilight a fixture in my daily routine. One spring morning, the block vanished, leaving the space below empty. Hours passed in anticipation of change, but the basement remained unchanged. That night, a dream revealed stairs descending gracefully into the basement, accompanied by distant wind chimes. Upon awakening, the door stood ajar, a silent invitation to the stairless abyss. The basement's mysteries persisted. Shadows flickered, wooden toys clicked in the night, all shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Some secrets, it seemed, preferred to dwell in the realm between reality and dreams, forever unsolved. Story 42. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the kitchen wall. It was 2 a.m., a sacred hour when time seemed to stand still, granting me a moment of solitude in a world of my own. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted ethereal shadows on the walls, while the steam from my chamomile tea waltzed lazily through the air, adding a touch of tranquility to the night. Amidst this serene ambience, a peculiar detail caught my attention, an anomaly in the apartment next to mine that had evaded my notice for 6 long months. A dim light seeped out from beneath the door, akin to the flicker of a solitary candle in the darkness. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of the couch, setting down my cup on the coffee table, and approached the dividing wall between our abodes. Pressing my ear against the cool surface, I strained to catch any whisper of sound from the neighboring silence. Though the air remained still, a subtle shift seemed to linger, a heaviness that stirred a sense of mystery within me. Returning to my seat, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the enigma beyond that door. In the days that followed, I found myself captivated by the secrets of the adjacent apartment. Minute observations unveiled themselves, the absence of accumulated mail, the pristine doorknob amidst dusty neglect, and the occasional faint rustling that graced the silence of the night. A vine of curiosity twined around my thoughts, urging me to delve deeper into the enigma that lay just a wall away. Delving into the history of the building, I unearthed a shroud of anonymity surrounding the elusive occupant. The janitor, a gentle soul with weathered features, disclosed the receipt of rent in clandestine envelopes, painting a portrait of a tenant veiled in obscurity. One fateful night, a haunting melody of a piano drifted through the walls, a spectral echo of bygone days that wove a tale of longing and nostalgia. Compelled by the ethereal music, I leaned against the barrier between us, only to be met by a sudden silence that reverberated through the chambers of my heart. A chance encounter with the woman from the upper floor shed a sliver of light on the mystery. With a gaze laden with unspoken truths, she revealed the architectural truth behind the apartment, too small to house a piano, too enigmatic to reveal its secrets. Yet the enigma persisted, unveiling itself in subtle anomalies, an absence of warmth on wintry nights, a perpetually dry doormat amidst rain-soaked entryways. And then, one evening, the door stood ajar, a silent invitation that beckoned me to the threshold of the unknown. Heart pounding, I hesitated, caught between the allure of discovery and the fear of the unseen. A whisper of intuition guided me back, reminding me that some enigmas are best left undisturbed, their secrets safeguarded by the veil of mystery. Since that night, I have lingered at the threshold of the enigmatic door, a silent sentinel in the nocturnal hours. Sometimes, a distant melody wafts through the air. Other times, a flicker of light dances in the shadows. I have chosen to embrace the enigma, finding solace in the silent presence that dwells beyond the divide. In a world where certainty reigns supreme, perhaps there is solace in the unknown, in the mysteries that defy explanation. And so, I stand guard at the threshold of the uncharted, a silent witness to the enigma that lingers just beyond the wall. Story 43. The Enigmatic Streetlight. Autumn nights in our residential neighborhood held a mysterious allure. The crisp air whispered of fallen leaves, and the damp streets carried the hushed cadence of footsteps. Amid this nightly symphony, a peculiar occurrence captivated my attention during my walks home from work. At the corner of Maple Street and Rose Avenue stood a streetlight unlike its companions. Its glow, rather than steady and bright, possessed a secretive quality. As I drew near, the light would gradually dim, as if concealing a hidden truth from my sight. Initially dismissing it as a mere malfunction, I soon discerned a pattern. The light dimmed solely in response to my presence. Intrigued, I conducted an experiment one evening. Leaning against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building, I observed the streetlight from a distance. Its beam cast elongated shadows, painting the sidewalk with a silvery sheen. Advancing step by step, I witnessed the light flicker hesitantly, as though hesitant to reveal its secrets. Closer still, it diminished to a mere glimmer, shrouding the surroundings in a delicate twilight. Beneath this muted glow, the world seemed to hush, as if even the city held its breath. Peering up at the glass casing, I discerned faint markings etched upon its surface. Straining to decipher the pattern, I reached for my phone to shed light on the enigma. Yet, as the flashlight pierced the darkness, a rustling breeze stirred the leaves overhead, stirring a sense of unseen movement within the streetlight. Intrigued by this spectral dance, I altered my route to pass beneath the streetlight each evening. The ritual repeated without fail, the light dimming, the silence deepening, the sensation of unseen eyes observing from above. With each encounter, new revelations emerged. Subtle shifts in hue hinted at an unspoken language, while a melodic hum resonated from within the metal pole, as if the streetlight whispered tales of antiquity. Recording my observations meticulously, I unveiled a correlation between the light's behavior and the lunar phases. During the new moon, it nearly extinguished upon my approach, while under the full moon, it maintained a steady glow. Moreover, the light always returned to full brightness after my departure in precisely 23 seconds, a clockwork rhythm that defied explanation. Yet, it was not the technical intricacies that enthralled me most, but the way this enigma wove itself into my routine. I found myself slowing my pace, engaging in a silent communion with the mysterious streetlight. Sometimes I lingered beneath its dimmed radiance, transfixed by the ethereal hum that seemed to echo through time. Questions of scientific rationale faded into insignificance as the streetlight became a part of my nightly reverie. In that fleeting moment of dimness, when the world receded into shadows, I sensed a connection to something greater, a mystery unfolding in the language of light and shadow. Each evening, as I made my way home, I knew the streetlight awaited, a silent sentinel in the realm of twilight. And so, night after night, I embraced this peculiar dance with the streetlight that dimmed at my passing. Whether an electrical anomaly, a cosmic secret, or an echo of forgotten lore, I found solace in the knowledge that within this corner of the city, a riddle existed solely for me to unravel. In the convergence of shadows and light, I discovered a harmony that transcended the mundane, inviting me to partake in a timeless dialogue between darkness and illumination. Story 44. In the gentle embrace of sleep, I awakened to a world of enchanting mystery. Heavy sensations cling to me like a comforting shroud, pulling me into a realm where light swirls in a soft, pearly dance, its source a secret whispered only to the room's sacred walls. These walls, ever changing in hue, play tricks on my eyes, shifting shades with each fleeting glance. Above, the ceiling stretches impossibly high, disappearing into a velvety darkness that mimics the vast expanse of a starless night sky. The bed cradling me is a symphony of softness, its silk sheets whispering secrets as they caress my skin with a hypnotic rustle. A familiar scent hangs in the air, sweet and elusive, dancing on the edge of memory like a forgotten dream. Lavender, vanilla, or something else entirely, It evades my grasp, slipping through my fingers like elusive mist. Time here is a fluid creature, bending and twisting at its own whims. Shadows dance with a life of their own, elongating and retracting in a hypnotic rhythm that lulls me into a tranquil state. Amidst the silence, a subtle background hum weaves through the air, a distant echo of slumber, or perhaps the rhythmic pulse of my own heart reverberating in the empty space. Stepping onto the plush carpet beneath my bare feet feels like walking on clouds, each step a gentle caress from the earth below. The room, sparsely adorned with an old desk of dark wood, a velvet armchair of deep burgundy, and an oval mirror cloaked in a golden frame, beckons me to explore its secrets. Today, upon the desk rests a worn, leather-bound diary, a fountain pen dripping with midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea that whispers tendrils of steam into the air. As I run my fingers over the blank pages of the diary, phantom words seem to materialize beneath my touch, inked in invisible script. The armchair, warm as if recently occupied, cradles me as I sink into its velvet embrace. From this vantage point, I notice a peculiar rhythm pulsing within the wall before me, a gentle ebb and flow akin to slumbering breaths. Drawn to investigate, I approach the wall, only to find its surface unyielding and motionless. My hands trace the walls in search of an exit, a passage to the outside world that must surely exist somewhere within these shifting confines. Yet every handle I grasp dissolves like morning mist, leaving me trapped in this enigmatic space. The foggy mirror captures my attention, offering a distorted reflection that seems to lag behind my movements, a ghostly echo of my own presence. At times, within the haze, I glimpse another figure staring back at me, their gaze hauntingly familiar, yet shrouded in mystery. Time ebbs and flows erratically, the room's light shifting in a dance divorced from the natural cycles of day and night. Moments stretch into eternity as I lose myself in the pages of the diary, only to realize that hours have slipped by unnoticed. Returning to the bed, I gaze up at the infinite expanse of the ceiling, its darkness a comforting blanket that enfolds me in its embrace. The scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of a grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the earthy fragrance of rain on a summer lawn. Eyes closing, I surrender once more to the embrace of slumber, knowing that when I awaken, the cycle will begin anew. Bound within this liminal space where dreams intertwine with reality, I question if I am dreaming the room or if the room is dreaming me. As sleep claims me once more, a whisper of doubt flits through my mind. Does an escape exist, or have I unwittingly become entwined in the fabric of this enigmatic place? The room pulses with a life of its own, merging with my essence in a timeless waltz where truth and illusion meld into a tapestry of endless possibility. Story 45. In the soft, dim glow of my reading lamp, the mahogany shelves of my private library cast gentle shadows, swaying to the steady rhythm of rain tapping against the window panes. It was a nightly ritual, the rain's lullaby that embraced me as I sat in my cherished leather armchair, the air filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and wood polish. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention, a whisper of change that stirred the tranquility of my sanctuary. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each one a treasure carefully placed in accordance with my precise organizational system. The leather-bound collections shimmered softly under the warm light, their golden titles occasionally catching a glint. And then, amidst this familiar sight, I saw it. A gap between two books, a void where none should exist, as though a single volume had been plucked away with deliberate intent. Rising from my chair, the soft creak of leather beneath me, I approached the shelf where the anomaly resided. The wooden floorboards murmured under my steps, guiding me closer to the enigma that beckoned. Tracing my finger along the untouched space, a chill caressed my skin, a subtle shiver that hinted at the presence of something unseen. The neighboring book stood steadfast, my beloved 19th century supernatural literature, undisturbed except for the inexplicable absence that now occupied my thoughts. Alone in my sanctuary, I pondered the mystery before me. How could a volume vanish from a locked library, untouched by any hand but my own? The puzzle deepened as I noticed the pristine cleanliness of the adjacent books, contrasted with a fine layer of dust that cloaked the others nearby. And then a delicate fragrance wafted from the void, a blend of antiquity and something elusive, perhaps vanilla intertwined with aged leather, carrying an underlying note of floral intrigue. With a tentative hand, I reached for the neighboring volumes, hoping to uncover the missing book hidden within. But my search yielded only the solid resistance of the bookcase's back. As I withdrew my hand, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shimmer of light dancing within the gap, reminiscent of moonlit waters. Yet this spectacle defied reason, for the wall held no windows to invite such radiance. Intrigued, I extended my hand into the space, and to my surprise, warmth greeted my touch, a gentle energy that pulsed within the empty void. The rain outside continued its soft serenade, now whispering in a language unknown to my ears, a melodic cadence that teased comprehension, yet remained elusive. Entranced, I found myself drawn to the vacancy, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow that unfolded before me. Throughout the evening, I remained in my chair, immersed in the enigmatic allure of the empty space. Each glance revealed new wonders, depths that defied logic, ethereal lights that danced and dissolved, a spectacle both mesmerizing and confounding. The rain outside ebbed to a tranquil mist, the night enveloping me in its embrace as the shadows in the room seemed to converge towards the gap, a slow, imperceptible movement that blurred the boundaries of reality. As weariness crept upon me, I rose to bid the night farewell, a routine check of windows and doors preceding my departure. But as I reached to extinguish the reading lamp's light, a revelation halted my hand. There, amidst the gap between the books, a single page materialized, ancient and radiant in the soft illumination. Its script, elegantly unknown, beckoned me to decipher its secrets. Yet before my eyes could trace the words, they dissolved like mist, leaving behind only aged parchment that faded into nothingness. The missing volume remained elusive, a phantom that eluded my grasp, yet its absence lingered as a silent enigma in my library. In moments of solitude, when rain graced the window panes and shadows danced, I found myself drawn back to that empty space, a nexus of mystery and intrigue that defied explanation. The whispers of turning pages haunted the air on quiet nights, the scent of sweet perfume drifting through the room, a tantalizing reminder of the unseen forces at play. The gap endured, resisting all efforts to be filled with another book, returning any volume placed within to its original state by morning. It was as though the space itself yearned for the return of its lost occupant, a ghostly echo of a tale untold. And so, I embraced this enduring mystery, a pocket of uncertainty nestled within the confines of my orderly library, a reminder that some stories transcend the tangible, wandering beyond our reach to realms unknown. In the quiet expanse of my sanctuary, I learned to cherish the unanswered questions, the whispers of possibility that lingered in the spaces between reality and imagination. For perhaps in those fleeting glimpses of the unknown lie the true essence of wonder, beckoning us to explore the mysteries that dwell in the shadows of our understanding. Story 46. The night draped the sea in an unusual calmness. From the wooden porch of my cozy house, I sat wrapped in a woolen blanket, entranced by the soft rhythm of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a silver path on the water, beckoning me to follow it into the unknown. In that moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the gentle waves near the shore. Rising slowly from the creaking rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze brush against my face as I descended the weathered steps. The warm sand welcomed my bare feet, despite the late hour, Approaching the water's edge, where the waves kissed the land, the greenish glow grew more defined. An ancient glass bottle, its elegant elongated shape holding a yellowed piece of paper within. Carefully lifting the surprisingly heavy bottle, its surface adorned with a salt patina that obscured parts of it, I observed the moonlight dancing through the glass, creating mesmerizing reflections. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, remained intact, a testament to time's passage. Peering closer, I noticed the glass held tiny sparkling crystals, like celestial bodies trapped within. Returning to the porch, the soft glow of the oil lamp illuminated my discovery. Placing the bottle on the worn wooden table, I settled into my favorite armchair. The sound of the sea now felt more pronounced, almost as if it carried a message. With deliberate movements, I began to remove the aged sealing wax, watching it crumble like ancient ash. The cork stopper, remarkably well preserved, exuded a unique fragrance, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an indefinable essence. Unraveling the faded blue silk ribbon that secured the rolled paper inside, my hands trembled slightly. The paper, resilient despite its age, revealed sepia-toned ink that made parts of the text nearly illegible. The elegant handwriting seemed familiar yet elusive, as if conveying a message from a realm beyond comprehension. Fragments of phrases like, "Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same," danced on the page, accompanied by sketches of unknown constellations and lunar phases. At the bottom of the page, a perfect spiral drawing seemed to subtly shift when I gazed at it askance. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered oddly, casting elongated shadows that danced to the sea's rhythmic whisper. The air thickened around me, slowing time to a crawl. The final paragraphs, clearer than the rest, spoke of a place where dreams melded with reality, where time slipped through like water. The message's conclusion held a chilling revelation. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Raising my gaze from the paper, the moon appeared larger, casting a geometric reflection on the water. The green glow from the bottle on the table pulsed like a slumbering heartbeat, captivating my senses. Carefully folding the message and returning it to the bottle without replacing the cork, I pondered if others had encountered similar mysteries, feeling the sea's silent beckoning. The night drifted on, subtly transformed by an unseen force. Whether in the way the stars shimmered on the water or in my newfound perspective, something had shifted within me. I remained on the porch until dawn, listening to the sea whispering ancient secrets. As daylight approached, the bottle's green glow waned, leaving me to contemplate the enigma it had brought into my life. The meaning of the message remained elusive, but that night had left an indelible mark on my soul. Sometimes, under the full moon's gaze, I catch glimpses of that mysterious green glow dancing among the waves, an invitation to unravel secrets that perhaps should stay buried in the ocean's depths. Story 47. The night was a tranquil pause in time, held captive by the gentle rainfall that whispered secrets on the roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in the embrace of my cherished armchair, I gazed at the soothing glow cast by the antique floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. The lamp, a treasure with a kaleidoscope glass shade, painted the walls with whimsical patterns of light and shadow. Yet, on this particular evening, a peculiar allure beckoned from the dancing shadows, a beckoning I couldn't ignore. The silhouettes pirouetted and waltzed, defying the laws of nature, their movements a silent symphony that captured my curiosity. Drawn by an unseen force, I approached the lamp, its warm hues pulsating with a hidden enigma. As my fingertips grazed the glass, tracing its intricate designs, a revelation unfolded before me. Etched delicately on the lamp's base was a symbol, faint yet radiant, as if breathing life into the room. The shadows continued their enigmatic play, morphing into vivid imagery, figures in graceful motion, trees swaying in an unseen breeze, and ephemeral beings that materialized and dissolved like fleeting whispers. The lamp was not merely casting shadows, but weaving tapestries of memories, narrating tales of yesteryears through the silent dialogue of light and darkness. Seated on the floor, I became ensnared by this surreal spectacle. The shadows seemed sentient, responding to my presence with a choreography of proximity and retreat. A haunting melody, like a spectral lullaby, accompanied their dance, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquil fascination. With each passing moment, the projected scenes grew more elaborate, blending mundane reality with fantastical realms. A child at play transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress metamorphosed into a dancing butterfly, blurring the lines between existence and imagination. Then, a revelation of unparalleled astonishment unfurled. The shadows painted scenes from my own childhood, resurrecting forgotten moments in vivid detail. I witnessed myself as a child, frolicking in the backyard, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, memories long dormant now vividly alive on the room's canvas. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, a perfect accompaniment to this clandestine performance. Time dissolved, and I drifted in a reverie of contemplation, embraced by the enigmatic allure of the lamp. As the night aged, the figures slowed their dance, their movements languid and ethereal. The once defined shadows softened, yet retained their mesmerizing hold. The lamp seemed to whisper the conclusion of an unwritten tale, bidding farewell to its ephemeral performance. Rising from the floor, I noticed the rain had ceased, leaving behind a tranquil hush that enveloped the room. The shadows, now mere projections, held a newfound significance. Gazing at the cherished heirloom, I realized it held infinite tales within its luminous depths. How many stories lay dormant, waiting to be unveiled on future nights of quiet reverie. Drifting to the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle glow, letting its light guide me into slumber. In the threshold of dreams, a final shadow danced upon the wall, a spectral visage of my grandfather, his smile a silent assurance that some mysteries are best left unsolved, appreciated in their enigmatic beauty. Story 48. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, a soft melody blending with the hushed hum of passers-by. Nestled on my favorite park bench, I observed the steady stream of people meandering along the paved paths. The air held a crispness, carrying the earthy fragrance of rain-kissed soil and damp wood. Though a book rested in my hands, my focus was drawn to a subtle, almost elusive feeling that had lingered for days. It began discreetly. A tingling sensation grazed my neck one morning on my way to work, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. Glancing around, I found only the usual rush of commuters hurrying to their destinations. But in the days that followed, that feeling grew more pronounced, more tangible. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even while sipping coffee at my usual spot, people strolled past my bench, some alone, some in pairs. A woman in a scarlet coat paused to check her phone. An elderly man shuffled by with a polished cane. Yet amidst the familiar faces, I sensed a subtle shift, something indefinable. Closing my book, I rose and decided to stroll. The sky shifted to amber hues, streetlights flickering to life one by one. My footsteps echoed on the avenue as the unseen presence lingered, a shadow trailing at a fixed distance. Pausing by a storefront, I feigned interest in the displayed wares. In the window's reflection, I scrutinized the passers-by behind me. And there, amidst the crowd, a face stood out, always present, yet elusive. A face I couldn't quite discern, slipping between others with eerie ease. I resumed my walk, more alert than before. Turning down side streets, the crowd thinned, but the presence endured. Settling on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated old buildings, the air chilled and stars began to twinkle above. A disquieting realization dawned. It wasn't one gaze following me, but many. A seamless relay of gazes, a silent ballet in motion. Certain faces recurred. The woman in the blue scarf, the bespectacled man, the boy with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen eyes. The streets grew deserted, yet the sensation only deepened in the quiet of evening. At my window, overlooking the street below, people continued their comings and goings. How many were mere passers-by, and how many were players in this enigmatic spectacle, with me unwittingly at its heart? The disconcerting truth was that they appeared utterly ordinary, blending seamlessly with the crowd. As city lights flickered to life, I pondered the nature of this surreptitious surveillance. Who were they? What drove their watchful eyes? And why me? Unanswered questions hung in the night air as darkness enveloped the city. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this newfound awareness. Sometimes I seek out my observers, other times I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like shadows skirting the fringes of my daily existence. In the silence of night, as I gaze upon the emptying streets, I wonder if they, too, ponder me from within their abodes, preparing for another day of this enigmatic dance of gazes and apparitions. Story 49. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I meandered through the deserted streets on my way back from work. The glow of the street lamps painted the wet pavement in hues of amber, their light dancing on the surface of puddles like scattered treasures. In the stillness of the evening, sounds traveled in a peculiar way, each footfall echoing longer than usual, and the rustle of fallen leaves composing a melody that hung in the air like a delicate veil. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first encountered him, though the day itself held no particular significance. Stationed motionless at the bend where Main Street curves past the weathered bookshop, he was draped in layers of worn clothing. What captured my attention wasn't his immobility or his weathered appearance. It was the way people instinctively veered around him, forming a perfect ring of empty space, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual route led me directly past his post, and as I drew nearer, I found myself pulled into that same circular orbit, my steps naturally guiding me in a wider arc without conscious decision. It was then that he turned to face me, and I beheld his eyes, not the expected deep browns or blues, but black. Deep, abyssal black, like polished onyx capturing the glow of the streetlight. Rather than reflecting the amber light, his eyes seemed to absorb it, drawing it into their depths. Every evening thereafter he stood there, unmoving, unwavering, always in the same place, always in perfect stillness. Some nights I would take detours, straying blocks away to avoid that corner. Yet even when I was far from his gaze, I could sense those eyes trailing me, watching me from a distance. What puzzled me most was his lack of solicitation. He never begged for alms or sustenance. He never extended a hand or a cup. He simply observed, his obsidian eyes fixed on each passerby with a gaze that was both gentle and disquieting. On quiet nights, when the wind hushed and the traffic ebbed, I fancied I could hear him humming. The tune was unlike any melody I had ever known, a haunting lullaby that resonated deep within me, evoking images of distant galaxies and ancient songs sung before humanity's dawn. Then one rainy evening, everything shifted. As I neared his corner, bracing myself for another encounter, I noticed a change. He had shifted slightly, his hand no longer idle but raised, pointing skyward through the rain-laden clouds. Without thought, I halted and followed his gesture. Each raindrop felt weighty on my skin, laden with significance beyond mere water. When I lowered my gaze, his eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw his lips move. His words were soft, almost imperceptible over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears, manifesting directly in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement that bordered on a question. His voice mirrored his humming, ancient, otherworldly, oddly soothing. That night, my dreams were filled with visions of black-eyed sentinels watching over slumbering cities, of ancient melodies shaping existence, and of rain bearing messages from realms beyond the stars. Upon waking, I discovered my window adorned with frost patterns, intricate and delicate, despite the autumn air's warmth. The following evening, he was absent from his post, nor did he return the next day or the day after. The space where he once stood remained vacated, yet somehow more profound than the surrounding pavement. Occasionally, on tranquil nights when the street lamps flickered just so, I caught fleeting glimpses of what might have been his reflection in the puddles congregating at that corner. His black eyes still observed, but now they seemed to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Passers-by continued to avoid that particular spot, unwittingly shaping the perfect circle of emptiness, though they likely knew not why. And on rare occasions when the wind carried that familiar melody, I paused to gaze skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages the rain might convey. Never again did I encounter another beggar with eyes as his. Yet, I comprehend now that he was more than a mere beggar. He was something else entirely, a presence that chose that corner to watch, to wait, and perchance to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to elude our grasp. Night after night, I tread past that corner on my homeward journey. Sometimes I pause to listen for that ageless lullaby, and at times, when the light dances on the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes gazing back at me from every reflection. Strangely, it offers solace, knowing that whatever he embodied, whatever he symbolized, continues to oversee our tranquil streets as the world slowly surrenders to night's embrace. Story 50. The patter of rain on the rooftop tiles wove a hypnotic melody as I readied myself for the night. Droplets cascaded down the window panes, casting playful shadows across the walls of my study. Lingering in the air was a subtle scent of burnt wood from the extinguished fireplace, and the soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a soothing warmth. It was within this tranquil moment of perfect stillness that I heard the first ring. A sound that defied logic, for the old rotary phone sitting idly on the shelf had been disconnected long ago, replaced by the modern convenience of my cell phone. Yet, its crystalline chime resonated through the room, unmistakable and clear. Setting aside the book I had been engrossed in, I rose from the plush armchair, my footsteps muffled by the luxurious Persian rug beneath my feet. Approaching the shelf, I beheld the antique black phone, an heirloom from my grandmother, faintly gleaming in the dim light. The ringing ceased abruptly as I reached out to touch it. The receiver felt cold against my skin, the aged bakelite releasing a wave of nostalgia as memories of childhood flooded back, watching my grandmother deftly dial numbers on the rotating disc. Shaking my head in disbelief, attributing the sound to fatigue-induced hallucinations, I turned to return to my seat. Yet the phone rang again, the tone more insistent this time, as if demanding my undivided attention. Slowly, I pivoted back towards the instrument, a mix of curiosity and unease stirring within me. With each ring, the receiver vibrated ever so slightly, capturing the flickering light from the lamp in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. Counting the rings mechanically, I found myself drawn in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the fifth ring, almost instinctively, I lifted the receiver. The ensuing silence was profound, punctuated only by the steady percussion of raindrops against the window panes. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold bakelite pressed against my skin, I awaited the familiar dial tone or electronic silence. Instead, there was only emptiness, a void of sound that seemed to echo absence itself. Then a breath, slow and steady, distant yet intimate, as if someone on the other end patiently awaited my response. The rhythm of that breath stirred ancient memories buried deep within my consciousness. Reminiscent of my grandmother's peaceful slumber in her cherished armchair, the phone always within grasp. "Hello?" I murmured, my voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of rain's persistent beat. The breath on the line paused, as if deliberating. Gradually, it transformed into a long, mournful sigh, laden with a melancholy that tugged at my heartstrings. Stationary, with the receiver held to my ear, I listened as that breath intertwined with the rain's cadence, creating a tapestry of serenity and wistfulness. Without fear, only a peculiar sense of tranquility mingled with nostalgia. I felt as though this suspended moment between reality and reverie was narrating a wordless tale. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses pregnant with unspoken significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to lose its grip, slipping through my fingers like sand. When I finally opened my eyes, the room had shifted. The light from the lamp was softer, more embracing, and the air carried a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved scent. Reluctantly, almost reverently, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet now it exuded a comforting presence, as if it had conveyed its message. Sinking back into the plush armchair, I gazed at the antique phone bathed in the dim glow. The rain persisted in its lulling melody, intermingling with memories of days gone by. Since that fateful night, the phone has remained still, its ring unheard. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence grows heavy, I sense a distant breath, a familiar sigh drifting through the veil of time. In those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at my lips, a silent acknowledgement that certain bonds transcend the physical realm, unbroken by the simple act of unplugging a cord from the wall. Story 51. The rain danced on the roof of the ancestral home, weaving a soothing melody that enveloped the air with nostalgia. Amidst the lingering scent of aged wood and swirling dust particles, illuminated by the setting sun peeking through cream curtains, I delved into the remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Each item I unearthed whispered tales of bygone days, painting vivid memories with every touch. It was in the final box that I discovered a weathered photo album cloaked in dark leather, exuding a timeless softness under my fingertips. Placing it delicately on the oak table, the pages exhaled a faint aroma of history, a blend of mustiness and aged paper. Black and white photographs unfolded family chronicles, weddings, birthdays, vacations, each frozen moment a portal to the past. Smiling faces of older kin mirrored in the present generation, bridging the gap of time. Amidst the rain's rhythmic serenade against the window panes, a particular photo in the garden caught my eye. The summer tableau captured my grandmother's grace, surrounded by siblings in a sunlit feast. Yet a mysterious figure lingered on the fringes, cloaked in a pale dress and shaded by a wide-brimmed hat. Absent from familial tales, her presence puzzled me. Turning the photo, a date inscribed in elegant script, summer 1956, offered no clues to her identity. As twilight descended, a chill swept through the room, causing the curtains to dance. Illuminating the scene with a warm glow, the table lamp revealed a disquieting anomaly. The shadow of the enigmatic woman defied the natural light, casting doubt on her existence. Recollections of a secretive woman, whispered in hushed tones by my mother and aunt, resurfaced, adding a layer of mystery to the puzzle. Entranced by the photograph, a hidden message beckoned from its depths. Straining my eyes, I discovered faint markings in the corner, barely visible under the lamp's caress. With bated breath, I deciphered the words, "She always sees." Returning the photo to its place, the album refused closure, urging me to unravel its enigma. What other secrets lay veiled within these walls, captured in silent frames by the lens of time? The rain's lullaby persisted, embracing the house in a cloak of tranquility as night descended. Seated by the window, the album resting on my lap, I pondered the woman's enigma. What sights had she witnessed, and did her gaze still linger in the shadows of the past? Leaving the album open on the table, a silent invitation to unravel its mysteries, I retired to bed with unanswered questions swirling in my mind. Casting a final glance from the doorway, the flickering lamplight imbued the figure in the photo with a subtle shift, as if she had turned to meet my gaze. Was it a mere trick of light, or a deeper revelation? A mystery destined to remain shrouded within the album's aged pages, a silent sentinel of secrets untold. Story 52 night had embraced the ancient countryside, dwelling in a shroud of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a comforting quilt, while beyond, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed the leaves of the trees. Amid this moment of perfect calm, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A clear, childlike laughter resonating from the upper floor of the house. The laughter, akin to silver bells, caught my attention, and I paused to absorb it, letting its melody intertwine with the crackling of the fire. There was an innocence to the laughter, a joyousness that filled the air with a musical essence. Yet, in my 2 decades of solitary residence in this abode, I had never welcomed children within its walls. Curiosity stirred within me, akin to a tranquil stream meandering through a silent forest, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that almost overtook me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation of the old Persian rug under my feet. Each step on the creaking floorboards echoed softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm, inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls like a silent, graceful dance. Ascending the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, not chilling, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, reminiscent of the breeze near the ocean. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A seldom used chamber, furnished with antique pieces veiled in white sheets that swayed delicately, stirred by an unseen draft. The slightly ajar door exuded a silvery light, unlike any illumination within the house. It was not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the artificial glow of electric lamps. This light pulsated softly, akin to a serene heartbeat. As I pushed the door, the ancient wood sang a familiar tune, revealing the room bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture created gentle, reassuring silhouettes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the window ledge, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a play of light and shadows resembling a child. The laughter echoed once more, unmistakably originating from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child seemed to toy with the rays it emitted, crafting luminous patterns on the walls as though painting with light itself. Drawing closer, I noticed a familiarity in its fluid movements, recognizing echoes of my childhood play in its gestures. A revelation dawned upon me, carrying the sweetness of a forgotten memory. That crystalline, pure laughter belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to languidly drift as I observed this surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laughter, now a nostalgic echo from the past. I refrained from speaking or disrupting the tranquility, fearing to shatter the spell of peace and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light waned, akin to the sun setting on a winter evening. The child's form grew increasingly ephemeral until only a faint glow remained. The final laughter, almost a whisper, bid a gentle farewell before dissolving into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a soothing silence. The furniture sheets ceased their sway, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet a subtle shift had occurred. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now held a precious enigma. Returning to my armchair by the fireplace, the dwindling fire casting a soft glow, I acknowledged that the events of that night would forever remain shrouded in mystery. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perhaps a profound message from the past, manifested through a child's laughter in the shadows? Whenever I passed by the guest room thereafter, on the calmest of nights, I fancied I caught a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allowed the mystery to persist, a cherished secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the darkness. Story 53. The hush of the night was broken solely by the rhythmic clatter of the train wheels on the tracks. I found myself in the final carriage, enveloped in a soft glow barely cast by the gentle fixtures above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the ceaseless movement of the train conjured an almost trance-like sensation. Beyond the window, the mist swayed lazily in the darkness, shaping ephemeral figures that dissolved into the night. I believed I was alone in that carriage, or so I thought. My reflection in the window melded with the outside obscurity, painting the illusion of an indistinct presence observing me from the other side. The train's song had a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me towards slumber. It was then that a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass reflection. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure perched a few rows back. I had no recollection of anyone boarding, yet there they sat unmistakably. The train pressed on through the night, the wheel's constant hum whispering ancient tales long forgotten. I turned cautiously, aiming not to draw notice. The carriage was bathed in an amber hue, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. The figure I had glimpsed in the reflection remained still, cloaked in what appeared to be a dark garment, their face obscured beneath the brim of a wide hat. Time seemed to dilate as I studied that silent presence. The atmosphere grew heavy with memories not my own. The passenger remained motionless, silent as though an intrinsic part of the train itself. Curiosity nudged me to rise, feigning a trip to the restroom at the carriage's rear. Approaching the enigmatic figure, I noticed their coat seemed to devour light, absorbing every gleam. A chill lingered around the presence, carrying a subtle aroma of lavender and aged books. Passing by the seat occupied by the mysterious passenger, I felt a pause in time. The rail's clamor receded, as if from another realm. It was then a disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the ebony coat there was no sign of life, no visible breath. Reaching the end of the carriage, uncertainty gripped me. Should I proceed to the next or return to my seat? The corridor stretched endlessly, the dim lights weaving hypnotic patterns on the floor. Glancing back, the seat once occupied by the mysterious figure now sat vacant. In its place, an aged train ticket lay, yellowed with time. Trembling, I lifted it. The date etched on it was 50 years past, on that very day. The ticket radiated warmth, as if held just seconds before. I settled back into my seat, the ticket nestled between my fingers. The train journeyed on through the night, the wheel's melody once more a comfort. The fog beyond the window thickened, and amidst it, faint figures seemed to walk parallel to the train, as if accompanying its nocturnal voyage. Weariness crept upon me, pondering how many others had crossed paths with that enigmatic passenger on the final train of the night. The ticket I clutched was the sole evidence of that surreal encounter, yet even it began to fade, like a dream melting upon waking. The train continued its nocturnal passage, bearing its secrets and passengers, both seen and unseen. Drifting into slumber, a hint of lavender lingered in the air, along with the echo of footsteps fading down the carriage's corridor. Story 54. The autumn garden lay beneath a gossamer shroud of mist that morning, as I gathered the fallen leaves, a carpet of russet and gold left by the night's embrace. The cool breath of the wind caressed my cheeks, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of damp soil and the sweet perfume of chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks ago. Silence enveloped the garden, broken only by the soft rustle of dry leaves underfoot and the occasional serenade of an early bird greeting the dawn. As I worked near the weathered stone bench, a glimmer amidst the fallen foliage caught my eye. A faint, silvery light danced like a secret among the leaves, beckoning my curiosity. Kneeling down, I brushed aside the dew-kissed leaves to reveal a treasure hidden in plain sight. An antique necklace of exquisite craftsmanship. Its oval pendant was adorned with intricate floral motifs, and at its heart nestled a small azure gem that seemed to hold a piece of the sun's radiance within its depths. In the palm of my hand, the necklace felt weightless, its surface cool against my skin. I knew in my heart it belonged to no one I knew. Having dwelled alone in that house for 2 decades, I had never glimpsed such a piece adorning a neighbor's neck. The blue gem shimmered with a mesmerizing glow, as if it harbored a light of its own. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. Entranced by the moonlight filtering through the window, I watched as the silver metal glinted, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber, haunted by a distant melody that echoed through the corridors of my home, a haunting, melancholic tune that faded whenever I sought its source. At dawn, I noticed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if a ghostly hand had rearranged it in the night. In the morning light, the blue gem appeared dimmer, yet as I held it, a subtle warmth emanated from the metal, a stark contrast to its previous chill. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the days that followed, subtle shifts unfolded within the walls of my home. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morning, as though scrutinized in the night. Family photographs hung in the hallway appeared askew, their frames crooked in ever-changing angles. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more plaintive, yet remaining just beyond my grasp. One evening, as I sat in my armchair engrossed in a book, the necklace resting nearby, I distinctly heard the soft patter of footsteps from above. Delicate, almost ethereal, they evoked the image of a child treading noiselessly. Ascending the staircase with bated breath, I found no one in sight. But in the guest room turned storage space, a forgotten wooden box lay adorned with the same floral patterns as the necklace. Nestled inside, on a cushion of faded velvet, lay a photograph, aged with time. It depicted a young woman bedecked in the very necklace I had discovered, with a date and a faded inscription on its back, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that moment on, the melody of the music box grew more frequent, yet no longer filled me with unease. It became a soothing lullaby, a gentle serenade that enveloped the house in the quiet heart of night. Sometimes, as I sat in the garden on autumn evenings, a fleeting figure would seem to flit among the trees, a specter of memory seeking form. The identity of the woman in the photograph eluded me, as did the mystery of how the necklace found its way into my garden. I have come to embrace this enigma that has woven itself into the fabric of my life, akin to the changing of seasons or the passage of time. The necklace remains perched on my nightstand, a silent sentinel of secrets. And on the stillest of nights, when the moon casts its silver glow and the wind whispers through the leaves, I catch whispers of laughter mingling with the music box's melody, a faint echo of joyous days lost to the mists of time. Story 55. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a constant companion, lulling me into a state between wakefulness and sleep. Amidst the soothing downpour, a faint, steady hum caught my attention. Initially brushing it off as distant traffic noise, the sound persisted, unwavering, an idling car engine, a mysterious presence lurking nearby. The digital clock's crimson glow signaled the approach of midnight as I rose from my bed, compelled by an unexplainable curiosity. Peering through the rain-streaked glass, I spotted a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights remained dormant, yet a subtle bluish light illuminated the dashboard, while wisps of exhaust twirled into the misty air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene. No movement, no visible figures inside the vehicle. The engine's purr filled the night, a peculiar blend of normalcy and unease. As the raindrops cascaded under the street lamp's glow, casting fleeting patterns on the car's surface, it seemed to morph into a liquid form in the darkness. My breath created a foggy frame around the enigmatic vehicle, enhancing its enigmatic allure. Details unfolded before me with dreamlike clarity. The beating water, the mingling of exhaust and mist creating ephemeral shapes that danced and dissolved. With each passing moment, a cascade of questions flooded my mind. Why was the car left unattended, running at this late hour on an ordinary street? The engine's subtle shift in pitch, almost in response to my thoughts, sent vibrations through the air, heightening the eerie atmosphere. The fogged windows hinted at a concealed presence, stirring a sense of foreboding. Contemplating reaching for my phone, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. Should I call the authorities, despite the lack of a clear threat? Rational explanations faltered against the weight of the unknown. Time seemed to warp as I stood transfixed by the scene, the car a static anomaly amidst the fluidity of the rain's melody. As fatigue tugged at my senses, I reluctantly tore myself away from the window, drawn back to the comfort of my bed. Yet, a primal instinct urged me to glance back one final time. The car remained a silent sentinel in the night, its foggy windows concealing secrets that teased the edges of perception. Retreating under the covers, the engine's hum intensified, merging with the rain's cadence in a hypnotic symphony. Drifting towards sleep, my mind lingered on the enigmatic vehicle, its secrets shrouded behind misted glass, a haunting presence in the nocturnal stillness. At daybreak, a sense of urgency compelled me to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of all traces of the night's apparition. Yet, imprinted in the wet pavement were clear tire tracks, a lingering testament to the car's presence. Beside them, a shimmering pool of water, catching the first rays of sunlight, hinted at the car's departure. The mystery of the idling car remained unsolved, a spectral enigma that echoed in the quietude of rainy nights. In those moments, when the world hushed to a whisper, I sometimes caught the faint echo of a distant engine, a reminder of that surreal encounter. And as I lay awake, listening to the rain, I pondered how many others might be peering through rain-streaked windows, captivated by the secrets veiled behind foggy panes of glass. Story 56. The autumn wind whispered gently through the leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road. The sky was ablaze with hues of orange and purple, painted by the setting sun. My GPS had long given up, but I wasn't troubled. I felt familiar with this area, or so I thought. The road twisted gracefully amidst hills draped with barren vineyards. A breath of fresh air slipped in through the cracked window, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and fallen leaves. In that moment, time seemed to slow, allowing me to relish each passing second. Following an aged wooden sign, I turned right, and that's when things took a peculiar turn. This road was absent from my mental map of the region. Pausing for a moment, I attempted to reorient myself. The elongating shadows cast intriguing shapes among the trees that bordered the path. The pavement beneath my car was impeccably smooth, too pristine for a forgotten country road, void of potholes or cracks, disappearing into the misty evening. Dead leaves pirouetted lazily in the air, as if time itself had decided to linger in this place. Proceeding cautiously, I found myself increasingly captivated by the scenery. The trees lining the road appeared older and more twisted than any I had encountered earlier. Their canopies intertwined above, forming a natural tunnel through which filtered the dimming twilight. In the distance, faint lights flickered, akin to out-of-season fireflies, gracefully twinkling between the trunks, vanishing like fleeting memories. The silence enveloped me, broken solely by the gentle hum of the engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. As I advanced, the road underwent subtle transformations. The boundaries blurred, as if softened by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not menacingly. It was as though reality itself was mellowing, losing its sharp edges. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye. An ancient brass mailbox stood by the roadside, so well preserved it gleamed as new. Intricately engraved with a compass rose, it bore no name or number. When I reached out to touch it, a faint warmth seemed to radiate from the metal, contrasting with the cool evening air. The road continued to wind gently, revealing increasingly curious details. Small milestone stones lining the edge emitted a soft glow, as if possessing an inner luminescence. Yet upon closer inspection, the light seemed to emanate from within the stones themselves. The sky above me had adopted an indescribable hue, a color seemingly exclusive to this forgotten realm. Stars began to twinkle, yet even they appeared different, as if I gazed upon a sky from another era or dimension. After what felt like an hour or perhaps mere minutes, I reached what seemed to be the peak of a hill. The road opened into a small circular clearing, paved with ancient stones. At its center stood an old wrought iron lamppost, casting a warm, inviting glow. Halting the car, I stepped out. The air was eerily still, as if time itself held its breath. From my vantage point, the distant city lights I had left behind appeared distant, almost detached from this reality by an invisible veil. Observing the panorama, I noted a transformation in the road behind me. No longer the modern asphalt I had traversed moments earlier. It now resembled a path of weathered stones, worn by countless passages. Yet I was certain of the contemporary surface mere moments before. Returning to the car, I retrieved the road map from the glove compartment. Bathed in the lamppost's light, I scrutinized every detail meticulously. As expected, this road was absent from the map, as if I had journeyed through a realm existing solely in dreams. Folding the map, a gust of wind caused it to flutter in my grasp. Fleetingly, golden lines appeared, tracing a faintly glowing path before vanishing. Blinking, the vision dissipated. Remaining in that surreal place a while longer, I savored the tranquility it exuded. When I finally decided to depart, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished silently. The road ahead was shrouded in darkness, yet an instinct assured me it would guide me home. Driving towards the city, I glanced in the rear-view mirror repeatedly. The lamppost had rekindled, its light diminishing as I distanced myself. A golden glow danced in the air, as if stardust had been scattered on the road absent from any map. In the days that ensued, I endeavored to rediscover that road. Hours were spent traversing the countryside, exploring every fork and trail. Alas, that peculiar road with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones seemed to have vanished like a mirage upon awakening. The sole relic of my sojourn was a faint golden trail on my aged map, visible only in certain light, akin to a hidden secret awaiting rediscovery. Story 57. The rain whispered its hypnotic lullaby as I drove through the darkened streets, each droplet a dancer in the night. Streetlights painted the wet pavement with an amber hue, creating a canvas of shimmering reflections. The cool, damp air carried the earthy scent of rain, seeping through cracked windows. In the empty parking lot, a peculiar energy hung in the mist, embracing the parked cars in a silent cocoon of mystery. I hesitated, captivated by the flickering lights on the puddles, when a presence, not menacing but otherworldly, caught my attention. A vague figure loomed in the mist, its form blurred yet compelling in its stillness. I stood frozen, breath held, as the figure slowly dissolved into the night, merging with the humid air. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance of the inexplicable. Driving home, the memory of that encounter lingered, an elusive presence beyond comprehension. The rain's melody enveloped me in a comforting embrace, a reminder of the extraordinary. With each rainfall, I sought shadows in the night, not out of dread, but in pursuit of that same sense of wonder and tranquility. Even within my home, familiar yet tinged with enigmatic whispers, every creak and flutter spoke of hidden tales. One rainy evening, as the storm tapped against my windows, I left a lamp glowing in the living room. Shadows danced on the walls, weaving a tale of their own in the flickering light. Sipping tea in my armchair, I felt a sense of anticipation, a silent invitation in the air. A peculiar gleam caught my eye in an old mirror, revealing a mysterious light that seemed to emanate from the unseen. Peering closer, my reflection held an unexpected guest, a shadowy figure, barely tangible, mirroring the enigma from the parking lot. No fear stirred within me, only a quiet acknowledgement of a presence long overlooked. As I turned, the figure vanished, leaving only rain-soaked whispers in its wake. Attempting to rationalize the inexplicable, I pondered if it was a mere trick of light or a glimpse into the unknown. Deep down, I sensed a truth beyond explanation, a profound yet gentle mystery. In the stillness of rainy nights, I continue to seek traces of that elusive presence, slowing to ponder empty spaces and shadows that breathe in the darkness. Though the figure remains a fleeting enigma, in rare moments of perfect silence, a familiar comfort descends upon me. It is not fear that lingers, but a sense of kinship with the unseen, a fragment of self or a memory refusing to dissipate. Embracing the rainfall's symphony, I surrender to the mysteries that need no solving, only experiencing them in the quiet dance of sound and shadow. Story 58. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the worn surface of my grandfather's ancient writing desk. Raindrops whispered against the window, weaving a peaceful symphony that serenaded the tranquil evening. Amidst the collection of aged letters, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled among the weathered envelopes and faded postcards lay a pristine white letter, untouched by time, its paper smooth and unblemished. The texture felt strangely familiar, yet subtly altered, like reuniting with a long-lost memory that had evolved over the years. Without a postage stamp, the envelope bore only my name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink that glimmered under the lamplight. It wasn't the absence of mail markings or the quality of the paper that gave me pause. It was the date in the corner that sent a shiver down my spine. December 27th, 2025. Precisely 1 year from that very moment. As I turned the envelope over, the seal, adorned with intricate red wax, caught my eye. Its design seemed to ripple and shift, like a secret message waiting to be deciphered. A blend of old books and leather scents from the desk mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang in the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Placing the letter down, I watched as shadows danced across its surface, painted by the rain-streaked window. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, each resonant note lingering in the air, stretching time itself. Between the echoes of the clock, a faint rustling sound, as if paper was whispering secrets to paper, though the envelope remained motionless. The wax seal seemed to warm beneath my touch as I carefully broke it. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precision. The same blue ink graced the page, but the handwriting, my handwriting, appeared hurried and urgent compared to the elegant script on the envelope. The scent of lavender and ozone grew stronger as I read the letter's opening words. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, revealing decisions unmade, paths untrodden, and consequences yet unmet. Each sentence painted a future both inevitable and unimaginable, written in a voice that was mine, but altered by experiences not yet lived. As I delved deeper into the letter, the lamp's light seemed to flicker in harmony with my reading, an illusion of my weary mind. The rain's rhythm against the windows shifted, a subtle melody entwining with the words on the page. Paragraph by paragraph, a tapestry of a future unfolded, suspended between certainty and impossibility. The letter abruptly ended, as if my future self had been interrupted, leaving a cryptic postscript in darker smudged ink. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving a profound stillness broken only by the ticking seconds. As I held the letter, it seemed to grow weightless, almost ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing. Rising slowly, I approached the window, the moon's silver glow bathing the room in ethereal light. The ink on the page began to fade, words disappearing like stars at dawn. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind only a trace of lavender and the lingering essence of infinite possibilities. The elusive envelope eluded my subsequent searches, yet on quiet, rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone would drift by, and my fingertips would tingle with the memory of that mysterious letter. I often pondered the choice foretold in the letter, whether it had already been made or awaited me in the future. Perhaps both realities coexisted, existing in a delicate balance, like the letter itself, suspended between what was and what could be. The grandfather clock's steady cadence marked the passage of time, each tick a reminder of its relentless march forward. But on nights veiled in rain and shadowy dances, I found myself drawn to the door, awaiting midnight, wondering if, in some distant moment, I too would pen a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and the realm of possibilities. Story 59. The rain fell softly that night, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, mirroring the glow of the street lamps. It was my journey home after a taxing day, relishing the earthy fragrance in the air and the soothing pitter-patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then, amidst the mist, I spied it. A small, dark book abandoned on the sidewalk. The rain had not marred its surface, almost as if it had been left there only moments ago. Stooping down, I picked it up, noting its supple feel and the exquisite leather binding. No markings adorned the cover, no hint of its origin. Just a black satin ribbon serving as a bookmark, nestled halfway through the aged pages. The weight of the journal in my hand felt disproportionate to its size, hinting at secrets beyond mere words. Shielding the first page from the rain under a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened it. The script was elegant and precise, inked in black that seemed freshly penned on the paper. The date atop the page indicated the present day, yet the year marked was 1887. The initial lines seized my attention instantly. I have unearthed a truth that defies logic. Shadows transcend their nature, and time strays from its course. I must document all before it's too late. A chill ran down my spine, not of fear, but of profound intrigue. Flipping the page, the narrative unfolded, weaving a tale of increasingly enigmatic occurrences. The author delved into repeated moments, objects mysteriously shifting overnight, mirrors reflecting images with a subtle delay. As I read on, I perceived a shift in the rain's rhythm, a melodic cadence in its descent. The drops seemed to fall in harmonious sequence, following an unseen orchestration. Glancing around, I realized the street lay deserted. The streetlights cast perfect circles on the glistening ground, intertwining into geometric motifs unnoticed before. The journal mirrored such revelations. Concealed patterns in the mundane, unveiled only at specific junctures when perception widened its scope. The author's awareness of these anomalies stemmed from a peculiar find, an ancient brass key etched with cryptic symbols. As I absorbed these details, my hand brushed against a metallic object in my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key akin to the one described in the diary, antique brass adorned with enigmatic markings. Heartbeat steady but deliberate, I scrutinized the key under the lamplight's glow. Subsequent entries in the journal referenced a door, not a physical portal, but a threshold between realms perceptible solely when light struck reflective surfaces at precise angles. The author had discerned that the key didn't unlock a conventional door, but rather influenced the fabric of reality around its possessor. Lifting my gaze from the diary, I noticed the streetlight's shadows contorting into impossible shapes. They elongated and contracted unnaturally, forming patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts. The rain's murmurs grew more hypnotic, akin to a distant lullaby whispered by ethereal voices. The final page bore a caution. If you read these words, the diary has chosen you. It's no mere chance. Coincidences dissolve at this plane of existence. The key will reveal truths, yet remember, some doors, once opened, remain ajar. Tenderly closing the diary, I felt the key's weight in my pocket. The rain persisted, each droplet carrying a fragment of a grander melody. The street lamp's luminescence pirouetted on the building walls, casting shadows akin to figures in a shadow play. With the diary clasped against my chest and the key pulsing faintly in my pocket, the world assumed a dreamlike guise, suspended between wakefulness and reverie. Contemplating the mysteries of the diary, I pondered how many others had stumbled upon its enigma, how many had discovered the key's presence in their possession. As I neared home, the shadows on my building's facade coalesced into what resembled a door's outline, an apparition unseen till now. Or had it always lingered, concealed until my newfound perception? The key in my pocket grew weightier, as though recognizing its purpose. Standing motionless, I gazed at the phantom door, rain weaving its nocturnal symphony. The diary had found a new custodian, heralding a potential new chapter. Yet this was a tale for another night, another juncture suspended between the realms of reality and dream. Story 60. As the clock in my study struck midnight with its deep, familiar tone, the sound rippled through the still air like gentle waves on a pond. I settled into my worn leather armchair, a book resting in my lap, while the rain softly tapped against the window panes. The old house creaked softly, its aged wooden frame settling into the silence of the night. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp, and I sensed a subtle shift in its presence. Something about it felt different tonight, though the exact change eluded my grasp. Was it the way the brass handle caught the light, or the mysterious alteration in the wood's grain? Despite living in this house for 15 years, the door now seemed strangely unfamiliar. With a silk ribbon marking my place in the book, I rose from my chair. The floor felt cool beneath my slippers as I approached the door, a chill creeping into the air around me, as if winter had descended upon this corner of my home alone. The handle, to my surprise, was warm to the touch, standing out starkly against the coolness enveloping it. I turned the handle, and the door opened smoothly, revealing the unchanging hallway beyond. The same wallpaper, the same carpet, the same photographs adorning the walls. I closed the door, dismissing my own imagination's tricks, and returned to my reading nook. That night, my dreams were filled with doors appearing in impossible locations, each bearing the same warm brass handle that had intrigued me. Morning arrived, and I carried on with my day, hardly sparing a glance toward the hallway door. It wasn't until evening approached, casting shadows across the room, that I noticed a peculiar transformation. The door's color had lightened, as if aged by decades overnight. The brass handle now bore a patina that had not been there before. Intrigued, I inspected it closely, noting the unfamiliar grain pattern in the wood and the shift in the color of the hinges. Night after night, the door subtly changed its appearance. Sometimes older, sometimes newer, with the handle shifting position or the frame gaining intricate carvings. Yet it always led to the same hallway, unaltered in its details. I began documenting these changes in a journal, capturing each shift with meticulous sketches and descriptions. The transformations occurred only in the deepest hours of the night, when the house was at its stillest and my attention elsewhere. One evening, determined to witness the change, I stayed awake and observed the door throughout the night. Facing it directly in my armchair, I brewed a pot of strong tea and settled in for my vigil. The hours ticked by, my eyes growing heavy, until at 3:17 a.m., a subtle shift occurred. The lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness, the door transformed once more. The warm oak had become rich mahogany, with silver inlays that seemed to dance when viewed askance. Drawn to these new details, I hesitated before touching the crystal handle that had replaced the brass one. A gentle vibration hummed in the air around the door, and I noticed the absence of a keyhole, a detail that had always been present before. Searching through my journal, I found no mention of the keyhole, sparking a sense of unease. Had I overlooked such a fundamental detail, or was there a deeper mystery at play? The question lingered in my mind, an elusive puzzle waiting to be solved. Now every evening in my study, I ponder the door and its enigmatic transformations. Sometimes I catch glimpses of other hallways beneath it, with different wallpapers and carpets. But when I open the door, my familiar hallway awaits. I've contemplated rearranging the photographs to test the reality of my surroundings, yet a whisper of caution holds me back. The door continues to change, each night unveiling a new variation. I've grown accustomed to its silent metamorphosis, even finding solace in its mysteries. Perhaps it is not the door that changes, but my perception of it. Or maybe both are true, or neither. All I know is that when the clock strikes midnight and the rain taps against the windows, I anticipate the unveiling of the door's new form and the secrets it may choose to reveal or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 61. The autumn rain whispered its gentle lullaby, draping a filmy shroud over the world's sharp edges. Midnight had crept upon me, stretching my work shift into the depths of the night. Each step I took on the slick pavement harmonized with the soft percussion of raindrops on the car roofs nearby. The air was heavy with that unique fragrance born only from rain, a blend of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the elusive crispness that dances alongside a storm. Drawing closer to the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. Nestled on the bench beneath the see-through shelter, they sat motionless. Clad in a dark coat that melded seamlessly with the night, a broad-brimmed hat partially concealed their features. What struck me immediately was the peculiar dryness of their coat amidst the downpour. Halting a few paces away, I discreetly observed this anomaly. The dim glow of a nearby street lamp cast eerie shadows around the figure, blurring their outline as if seen through frosted glass. The rain's melody hushed in their presence, enveloping us in an unnatural quiet. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. With caution, I inched closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the intensifying rain. The stranger remained still, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Seating myself at the opposite end of the bench, I maintained a respectful distance. Another unsettling detail seized my attention. Despite sharing the same shelter, raindrops near the figure swerved off course as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence shifted as it approached them, emitting a faint hiss. Time crept by painfully slow. Attempting to distract myself with my phone, my gaze kept returning to the mysterious stranger. Occasionally, a slight movement of their head caught my peripheral vision, as though they beheld something distant and unseen. A gust of wind caused the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. During that fleeting moment, the stranger turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, I glimpsed only two faint orbs of light, akin to the moon reflecting on tranquil waters. My heart thudded in my chest, a steady but intense rhythm. Curiosity outweighed fear, anchoring me to the bench despite the urge to flee. Slowly, the stranger resumed their original position, the moment slipping away like a receding tide. The familiar rumble of the approaching bus finally shattered the stillness. Headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the rain-drenched road. As the bus came to a halt before us, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench one last time, the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement, no trace left behind. They were simply gone. With legs slightly trembling, I boarded the bus and settled near the driver. As the vehicle rumbled away, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood empty, yet for an instant, a dark silhouette seemed to dissolve into the rain, drifting like smoke carried by the wind. In the days that ensued, whenever nightfall beckoned me to that bus stop, a subtle shift lingered in the air. The street lamp's glow appeared fainter. The rain's melody resonated with an otherworldly echo, as if the very atmosphere retained the memory of that enigmatic presence. The stranger never crossed my path again, but on rainy evenings since that fateful night, I've noticed certain raindrops veering off course, defying gravity without reason. Story 62. The symphony of raindrops drumming on the roof orchestrated a hypnotic melody as I readied myself for another tranquil evening in my weathered country abode. Each drop meandered down the window panes, crafting intricate patterns that pirouetted in the soft flicker of candlelight I had ignited to combat encroaching shadows. The breeze meandered through the garden foliage, caressing the leaves in a natural lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I absent-mindedly observed wisps of vapor swirling gracefully into the air. The house harmonized its usual chorus. The gentle groan of contracting wood, the rhythmic ticking of the entryway pendulum clock, the faint whistle of wind tiptoeing through crevices. Everything appeared ordinary, yet an intangible unease began to infiltrate my tranquil evening. It was in the midst of savoring my tea that I discerned a peculiar anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, glimpsed through the hallway mirror's reflection, seemed to exude a peculiar radiance, as though a candle burned within. However, I was certain no light source resided in that room. Setting down my cup on the petite table beside my chair, I rose leisurely and made my way toward the staircase. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, a familiar sound after years of dwelling in this abode. Yet on that evening, each creak resonated differently, as if the house sought to convey a message. The atmosphere chilled as I ascended, a thin veil of moisture seeming to coat the upper hallway walls. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated momentarily before turning the handle. The brass was unnaturally frigid to the touch, bordering on icy. The door yielded with a slight squeak, unveiling the room enshrouded in shadows. The window, the very one I had spied in the mirror, was shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, a slow, deliberate motion as if guided by unseen hands. The window commenced opening gradually, inch by inch, devoid of any visible force propelling it. The incoming breeze lacked the strength to account for such movement, and the air that infiltrated bore a sweet, ancient fragrance, reminiscent of dried blooms and aged timber. I approached the window cautiously, observing raindrops pirouette into the room, forming ethereal patterns on the wooden sill. Notably, the drops defied gravity, dancing in mid-air before alighting gently upon the floor. Amidst this inexplicable display, emotion seized my attention. Upon the glass pane, script materialized as though an invisible hand traced letters on the misty surface. The words unfurled gradually, yet remained too indistinct to decipher clearly. Drawing nearer, my heart thrummed with a steady, resonant beat. The curtains stirred softly, though no discernible draft wafted through. Their motion mimicked the slow, rhythmic breath of a slumbering being. Moonbeams, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows on the walls, murmuring tales untold. Extending a hand toward the window, I felt the chill of outdoor air caress my fingertips. Just as I was on the verge of touching the glass, the window closed gently, mirroring its earlier unhurried motion. The latch clicked softly into place, and the ancient aroma that had pervaded the room began to dissipate. I stood transfixed for several moments, attuned to the ongoing patter of rain outside. The room had reverted to its customary appearance, yet an intangible shift lingered. It was as though the house had sought to unveil a fragment of another realm, a realm existing parallel to our own, visible solely in those ephemeral instances when the boundary between reality and enigma thins to a gossamer veil. Since that fateful night, whenever rain descends, I ensconce myself in my armchair and fixate on the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains motionless, while at other times it opens gradually, in a silent ritual now interwoven with my existence. The origin of this phenomenon eludes me, yet I have embraced it as an enigmatic facet of my abode, a clandestine communion shared solely between myself and these age-old walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain cascades gently, I almost sense a familiar presence hovering, an invisible custodian who has opted to cohabit this space with me, materializing through a window that unfurls of its own accord. Story 63. The night whispered its own melody, a symphony of soft sounds, harmonizing with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the rooftop. Stirred from slumber once again in the dark hours, a peculiar sight awaited me this time. A lone, ancient brass key lay upon the nightstand, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. Its presence was an enigma, a foreign object with a strangely familiar aura enveloping it. Without recollection of ever beholding it before, the key exuded a sense of belonging, as though it had intertwined its destiny with mine long ago. Grasping the key in my hand, its icy touch sent a delicate tremor down my spine. Surprisingly weighty for its modest size, the metal bore the weathered patina bestowed only by the passage of time. Its design defied convention, lacking the jagged ridges of contemporary keys or the intricate grooves of antiquity. Its surface was smooth, as if worn down by centuries of handling. Yet intricate decorations adorned it, floral motifs intertwining with cryptic symbols reminiscent of a forgotten language. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from bed, beckoned to unravel the mystery that lay before me. The house appeared transformed under the veil of night, shadows reshaping familiar spaces into uncharted territories. Following the faint luminescence emitted by the key, now casting a subtle bluish aura, I navigated the wooden floors that murmured beneath my feet. The night air bore the fragrance of aged wood and yellowed pages, a scent of antiquity. Approaching each door I encountered, I instinctively brought the key close, though knowing it was not meant for any lock within my abode. Yet, a subtle vibration coursed through my fingers whenever the key neared a wooden surface, hinting at an invisible connection. It was within my study that the key's true purpose began to unfurl. The antique bookcase, an heirloom from my grandfather, resonated faintly in response to the key's presence. As I drew nearer, the key's glow intensified, casting a pulsating light that seemed to synchronize with a hidden heartbeat. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a melodic hum, barely audible, filled the room. A note played on a long-forgotten instrument. The key's vibration heightened, eliciting a response from the very wood of the bookcase. Though lacking a visible lock, the key had found its destined counterpart. Time slowed to a crawl, the air thickening with the weight of ancient energies. Shadows danced with newfound awareness, as the key's glow illuminated intricate patterns etched within the wood, unseen until that moment. Driven by an inexplicable instinct, I pressed the key against the bookcase's central panel. Without a visible crevice, a deep sigh echoed through the room as the wood's surface rippled like disturbed waters. Within its polished sheen, fleeting images of faces and places from a bygone era flickered momentarily, a glimpse into a world forgotten by time. With the break of dawn, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clenched tightly in my palm. Daylight dispelled the night's mysteries, yet the profound experience lingered within me. The bookcase stood silent and stoic, unchanged in its ancient grandeur. However, a subtle shift had occurred. In the days that followed, the key, now devoid of its ethereal glow, retained its enigmatic weight. On hushed nights, a distant vibration seemed to echo from the bookcase, a haunting call that tugged at my senses. Resolute in my decision, I refrained from unlocking that which may be better left undisturbed, even with the key in hand. Perhaps it is the silence of closed doors that safeguards our peace, especially when temptation beckons. Safely ensconced within a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, the key rests in quiet slumber. In the depths of night's embrace, its faint summons still lingers, prompting contemplation on whether it had sought me out instead. What other enigmas lie concealed within a key that lacks a lock, withholding secrets untold? Story 64. The November breeze tenderly danced with the dry leaves scattered on the path as I gazed at the shadow of the forsaken mansion etched against the somber sky. Locals dubbed it the house that was never truly lived in, though history whispered otherwise. A soul had once dwelled within its walls, a forgotten resident of a bygone era. Drawing nearer to the weathered gate, the chill of the wrought iron bars greeted my touch. The air carried a distinct scent of damp moss and ancient stone, enveloping me in a cloak of nostalgia. Nature had claimed the overgrown garden, reclaiming the neglected estate with its unruly vines and nettles entwining the weathered facade. Yet, amidst the overgrowth and decay, the mansion exuded a forlorn charm, a testament to its former grandeur. As a real estate agent tasked with evaluating the property, I ventured forth into the untamed garden, my senses alive to the mysteries that lingered within. Curiosity tugged at me as I noticed faint pathways amidst the tangled foliage, hinting at recent visitors. But who could it be? The neighbors swore that no one dared to trespass onto the grounds. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing the interior bathed in a hazy bluish light seeping through the closed shutters. The air inside hung heavy with the weight of ages, carrying the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. Each step I took echoed through the deserted halls, the floorboards groaning beneath the weight of my presence. Traversing the main salon, I beheld the shrouded furniture standing frozen in time, their ghostly outlines haunting the dimly lit space. The walls adorned with veiled mirrors cast dancing shadows, their distorted reflections flickering like phantoms in the gloom. Ascending the staircase, my hand found solace in the polished wooden rail, a relic of bygone elegance that bore witness to countless passings. Along the upper corridor, a procession of closed doors beckoned, each unveiling empty chambers frozen in time save for a few shrouded remnants. It was in the final room that I encountered a subtle disturbance, a bedroom frozen in time, yet touched by an unseen hand. Dust lay as a shroud upon every surface, yet amidst the stillness, traces of recent activity lingered. A silver brush lay abandoned on the dresser, strands of dark, unblemished hair resting beside it, untouched by the passage of time. My heart quickened as I beheld the immaculate bed, a silent witness to a presence that defied logic. The lace bedspread bore a gentle indentation, as if a spectral figure had recently graced its surface. Just as I prepared to depart, a flicker of movement in the mirror caught my eye. A fleeting image of a feminine form seated upon the bed. Whirling around, I found the room empty, yet the echo of a presence lingered, a whisper in the stillness. Descending the stairs with haste, I found myself enveloped in the shifting shadows of the salon, the mirrors casting enigmatic gazes upon my retreat. And then a melody, soft and haunting, drifted down from the upper floors, a melancholic tune that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Was it the wind or a trick of my senses? I departed, closing the door behind me, the garden now cloaked in a tranquil silence, the tempest within the mansion stilled. Passing through the gate, a last glance over my shoulder revealed a spectral glow at an upstairs window, a wisp of luminescence that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. In the days that followed, I compiled my report on the estate, detailing its condition and potential, withholding the secrets that lingered within its walls. Yet, in a quiet note, I hinted at the property's enigmatic allure, a charm that might ensnare a discerning buyer. The mansion languished on the market, a relic of a forgotten past waiting for its story to be unraveled. And as I occasionally paused by the rusty gate, a phantom figure flitted through the upper chambers, a specter of time suspended in a dance of eternal longing. Perhaps the secret of the never-inhabited house was not its lack of occupants, but the lingering presence of a soul who refused to depart, forever bound to the echoes of the past. Story 65. The grandfather clock in my study chimed the midnight hour, its resonant tones enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Setting aside my leather-bound journal, I anticipated the customary single chime that usually followed, yet the tolling persisted. Each note melded seamlessly into the next, weaving a timeless melody that seemed to elongate the very essence of time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight bathed my antique desk in a comforting light, highlighting the tendrils of steam spiraling from my cup of chamomile tea. On this particular night, a subtle shift was palpable. Not ominous, but rather a delicate alteration in the fabric of reality, akin to a painting hung slightly askew. The darkness beyond the window appeared denser than usual, almost tangible, as if it could seep through the glass at any given moment. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, drawn to the peculiar quality of the night outside. The aged wooden floorboards whispered beneath my wool-socked feet, their smooth grain a gentle sensation against my steps. Approaching the window, my reflection in the glass grew sharper, yet there was something peculiar about it. The mirrored image of myself seemed to lag behind my movements by the slightest fraction of a second, as if time itself struggled to keep pace. A sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine enveloped the air, though no such flora graced my abode. It was a scent both intoxicating and familiar, dancing on the fringes of memory, evoking summer evenings from a distant past that eluded full recollection. Meanwhile, the grandfather clock continued its ethereal chimes, each note now spaced at languid intervals, stretching like honey dripping from a spoon. Turning away from the window, I intended to document these anomalous events in my journal, only to find the words therein beginning to shift and flow. The ink meandered across the pages like a dark river, weaving new patterns and narratives that I had no recollection of penning. Among these enigmatic passages, I stumbled upon descriptions of this very night inscribed in my own hand, portraying a future not yet lived. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, not uncomfortably so, but in gentle undulations that mirrored the rhythm of my breath. Each exhalation brought a faint warmth, each inhalation a cool caress upon my skin. The shadows in the room's crevices seemed to pulsate in synchrony with my own breathing, expanding and contracting in a mesmerizing cadence. When I reached for my teacup, its touch simultaneously warm and cool, the liquid inside reflecting the lamplight in ever-changing patterns, reminiscent of celestial constellations traversing an infinite expanse. Mesmerized, I observed as each sip regenerated itself, the tea level remaining constant despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's eternal chimes, weaving a lullaby of time. I noticed the hands of my watch moving in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand retraced its steps. Yet, this seeming contradiction felt natural, as though I bore witness to time's authentic essence rather than its usual linear facade. Words materialized on the journal's pages without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, the veracity of those words resonated within me. This night was not interminable because it refused to cease. It was boundless because it existed across all temporal realms concurrently, like a dream spanning past, present, and future in a singular breath. The darkness beyond the window transformed into a welcoming void, not foreboding but inviting, akin to a soft embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study, different junctures of this perpetual night, flickered in parallel. My reflection in the window now moved independently, selecting diverse tomes to peruse, inscribing different words, savoring tea at alternate intervals, as if revealing the myriad possibilities inherent within this single night. We acknowledged each other with serene nods, two voyagers sharing the same space but existing in divergent epochs. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes had elongated to such an extent that each toll felt like a distinct lifetime, enfolding worlds of experience within the silences between sounds. The night enfolded me in a cocoon of infinite instants, each one whole and flawless in itself. I began to grasp that this night would never truly conclude, not because time had stagnated, but because it had expanded to unveil its authentic nature. Somewhere, I perpetually sat in this study, observing the darkness breathe, attuned to the eternal chiming of the clock, existing in this moment that encompassed all moments. And so I linger, in this night without end, inscribing these words that have forever existed, savoring tea that never cools, witnessing time unfurl not as a sequence of instances, but as an unending waltz of now. The darkness outside pulses with boundless potential. The clock intones its eternal melody, and I subsist within this everlasting moment, serenely at peace with the infinite night. Story 66. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock echoed through the stillness, barely noticeable, akin to the delicate flutter of a moth's wings against a window. I sat on the couch, enveloped in a cozy blanket, engrossed in a book, as the rain outside tapped a soothing rhythm against the window panes. Rising slowly, I attributed the sound to the wind stirring something on the landing. Upon opening the door, an empty view greeted me, save for a neatly squared, unmarked brown package resting at the threshold. My name, elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy, was the sole adornment on the package. It exuded an air of mystery, as if penned with black ink from another era. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, unaffected by the relentless rain. Curiously light, I carried it inside, the silence now enveloping me with only the pendulum clocks ticking and the soft pitter-patter of rain breaking the quiet. Seated once more, I scrutinized the package, finding no seams or markings for opening. Its flawless edges suggested a masterful origami fold, emitting a faint, evocative fragrance, reminiscent of aged books, mingled with the essence of black tea and a hint of sandalwood. As I cradled it, a subtle movement seemed to stir within, ethereal and elusive, like a whisper of unseen currents dancing inside. The waning daylight cast elongated shadows across the room, the natural twilight embracing everything in a gentle haze. The package seemed to interact uniquely with the fading light, its surface playing with reflections in a mesmerizing dance. After moments of contemplation, I sought a way to unveil its secrets. Tracing the edges, I noticed sporadic warmth beneath my touch, following an enigmatic pattern. A distant memory stirred in my mind, a faint recollection of a similar package from my childhood, bearing the same handwritten name without labels. The rain intensified, its rhythmic cadence weaving a symphony with the warmth emanating from the package's surface, prompting introspection into the subtle connections surrounding me. Engulfed in thoughts, the room's temperature subtly shifted, achieving a tranquil equilibrium. The familiar scent intensified, merging with the rain's fragrance seeping through the window. A remarkable discovery captivated me. My touch left ephemeral, luminous imprints on the cardboard, a silent response to my warmth. These ethereal marks glimmered briefly before vanishing, akin to fleeting stars in the night sky. Lost in this phenomenon, I raised my gaze to find the room bathed in a bluish twilight, the package emitting a barely perceptible glow, the sole source of light. Choosing to defer its unveiling, I placed it gently on the coffee table before illuminating the room with a lamp. In the days that followed, the enigmatic package remained a silent sentinel on the table. At times, a faint glow would tease in the twilight, or a subtle internal dance would captivate my attention. The scent lingered, evolving subtly with each passing hour, tantalizingly familiar yet elusive in its identity. The mystery of the package's origin and contents remained unsolved, shrouded in its own mystique. Perhaps the true allure lay not in its secrets, but in the contemplation it inspired, a perfect enigma begging not to be unraveled, but to be revered. Even now, as autumn rain softly serenades the windows, my thoughts drift back to that mysterious package and its silent allure. I wonder if elsewhere, in another abode, Someone else contemplates a similar parcel adorned with their name in that elegant script, pondering whether to unravel the mystery or let it continue its tranquil dance undisturbed. Story 67. The gentle wind whispered through the night, carrying with it the earthy scent of moist soil and blossoming flowers. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I tuned into the rhythmic breathing of the aging house enveloping me. The wooden beams let out soft sighs, as if harboring ancient tales within their very fibers. Amid the hush, a peculiar sound reached my ears for the first time, a steady, measured thumping echoing from the upper hallway. It resembled the knock of a door knocker swayed by a breeze, yet its consistency was uncannily captivating, almost trance-inducing. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted playful shadows on the wallpaper, forming shapes that seemed to dance in silent harmony. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixating on the persistent beat. Far from grating, it carried a melodic quality in its unwavering regularity. Rising slowly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I gravitated towards the staircase. Each step on the ancient wooden treads elicited a faint groan, as though the house itself was responding to my intrigue. The rhythmic thumping persisted, unwavering in its tempo, beckoning me down the dimly lit corridor where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. Upstairs, the air turned cooler, laced with a faint aroma of aged timber and beeswax. Following the sound, I found myself standing before the entrance to the old library. The door, shut tight as always, was accompanied by the continuous percussion of the brass knocker against the solid wood. With no gust of wind in sight and all windows firmly closed, I stood transfixed as the weighty knocker moved autonomously, as if guided by an invisible force with infinite patience. Drawn in by the hypnotic rhythm, I inched closer, noting a subtle variation in the beat, as if adhering to an enigmatic musical pattern. Reaching for the brass handle, the chill of the metal under my fingertips, smoothed by the caresses of generations past, sent a shiver down my spine. Though unlocked, the door resisted my efforts to open it, yielding not to obstruction, but seeming to be gently held in place from the other side. The knocker continued its dance, indifferent to my presence, as though enacting an ancient ceremonial routine. Seating myself on the floor, back against the wall adjacent to the door, I allowed the persistent thud to lull me into a trance-like state. The duration of my reverie remains elusive, lost in the misty realms of ancient libraries and forgotten tomes. The sound melded with my breath, my heartbeat, blending seamlessly with the nocturnal cadence. As I blinked open my eyes, dawn bathed the hallway in a soft, ethereal light. The knocker lay motionless, silent, as though it had never moved. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from the extended repose, I attempted the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without opposition. The library stood unchanged from the day prior, every book in its rightful place, the dust suspended in the morning air. Yet, on the antique desk, bathed in the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book I had no recollection of leaving there, its pages pristine and blank, as if anticipating the birth of a narrative. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained still, but on the stillest of evenings, a faint echo of that rhythmic pulse seems to drift through the house, as if whispering a forgotten melody back into existence. Story 68. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the midnight hour, its deep resonance weaving through the ancient house like a soft lullaby. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I savored the serenade of the winter wind, brushing against the window frames. The gentle glow of my reading lamp cast a warm aura, enveloping me in a bubble of light, while the corners of the room lingered in comforting shadows. Reading before bed had become a cherished nightly ritual, a moment of tranquil solitude amidst the long winter nights. The house settled into its usual symphony of faint creaks and whispers, akin to an old friend dozing off in the quiet night. Yet on this particular night, A subtle shift in the silence caught my attention. Setting my book aside, I raised my head, allowing my senses to reach beyond the pool of light around me. The air held a different quality, a faint chill reminiscent of the calm before snowfall, though the sky remained clear outside. My gaze drifted to the partially open hallway door, positioned just enough to catch the comforting tolls of the clock. Something peculiar drew my attention to the wedge of darkness beyond the door, a denseness that seemed to defy the natural order of shadows. The shadow appeared to possess a tangible presence, its depth swirling like layers of silk in a gentle breeze. While the room hummed with warmth from the radiator, that corner remained untouched by the comforting heat, as if a subtle force redirected the air around it. Leaning forward in my chair, not in fear but in curiosity, I fixated on the enigmatic shadow, which seemed to respond to my gaze, shifting and morphing in a mesmerizing dance. As I observed, the darkness behind the door took on a subtle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen wind, despite the stillness of the room. The ticking of the grandfather clock synchronized with the shadow's movements, lulling me into a peaceful state. Breathing in harmony with this newfound cadence, I watched as the shadow undulated, creating intricate patterns that felt both familiar and otherworldly. A soothing warmth enveloped the room, distinct from the artificial heat of the radiator, akin to the comfort of a slumbering cat nearby. The shadow's movements conveyed a silent language, a form of communication through rhythm and motion beyond human understanding. Time seemed to bend in this ethereal exchange, stretching and contracting like honey swirling in tea, as we engaged in a silent dialogue of observation and response. The shadow extended tendrils of darkness and retracted them with grace, forming intricate shapes that defied logic in the simplicity of darkness. These manifestations felt like whispered secrets, gifts shared in the intimate language of shadow and silence. With each passing moment, the shadow revealed new depths and textures, captivating my senses in a dance of light and dark. When the clock struck 1, a subtle shift rippled through the air, causing the shadow to gradually recede, leaving behind a sense of peaceful fulfillment. As it merged back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway, a profound tranquility lingered in the room, imbued with a quiet blessing from the mysterious visitor. Picking up my book once more, I sat in the gentle glow of the lamp, basking in the residual peace left by the shadow's presence. Sleep beckoned softly, weaving through my thoughts, as I welcomed its embrace, knowing that my dreams would be painted with memories of shadows that moved like water and whispered like a friend. Since that night, I have kept the door slightly ajar, inviting the familiar darkness to visit on silent evenings. And on those tranquil nights, I simply smile, settling into my chair, prepared to share another serene hour with the gentle visitor from the depths of shadow. Story 69. Snow drifted down serenely that night with my quaint antique emporium. The gentle flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the soft glow of vintage lamps, casting a cozy and inviting aura. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly, in sync with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. A nostalgic blend of old books and beeswax perfumed the air, a scent that only objects steeped in history can exude. As I arranged a collection of volumes, the doorbell tinkled with a crystalline melody. A rush of cold air slithered into the shop, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved instantly on the wooden floor. I turned to greet the visitor, momentarily taken aback. Standing at the threshold was a tall silhouette cloaked in darkness, seemingly absorbing the ambient light. A broad-brimmed hat obscured the upper visage, while a gray wool scarf veiled the lower features. "Good evening," I murmured, striving to maintain a professional demeanor despite a subtle unease tingling up my spine. The visitor made no reply but glided gracefully amidst the shelves, their gloved hands delicately grazing the displayed curios. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as though they danced to an unheard melody. I found myself entranced by their every gesture, noting how the light seemed to behave oddly around them. Shadows deepened, thickened, as if possessing a tangible presence of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror from the 18th century, a recent acquisition of mine, the visitor's gloved fingertips traced the golden frame with deliberate, slow strokes. Silence enveloped the shop, punctuated solely by the clock's measured tick that seemed to languish with each passing second. Tentatively, I tried to catch their reflection in the mirror, only to realize with growing disquiet that the reflective surface portrayed merely the shelf behind them, as though they were absent. I approached cautiously, the floor creaking beneath my steps. "May I assist you in finding something specific?" I inquired, my voice hushed. The visitor pivoted slowly towards me, their face obscured by shadows under the hat. With a fluid motion, they extracted a yellowed piece of paper from their coat pocket and unfolded it meticulously on the counter beside the cash register. The list, penned in elegant, antiquated script, detailed peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I perused the list, a chill seemed to settle in the shop. My breath materialized in tiny clouds in the chilled air. The objects on the shelves quivered imperceptibly, as if acknowledging something in the visitor's presence. "I apologize," I whispered, "but I fear I do not possess these particular items." The visitor remained motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the paper, they tucked it back into their coat with the same grace as before. Proceeding towards the door, they paused before exiting. Inclining slightly, a sound, more akin to a whisper than a voice, emanated from the scarf. "You will." It wasn't a question, but a certainty. The bell chimed once more upon their departure, its resonance deeper, as if reverberating from a distance. Outside, the snow continued its descent, yet for an instant, the flakes appeared suspended in time, frozen in midair. That night, after shuttering the shop, I scrutinized the antique mirror. Its reflective surface seemed profound, as if concealing something within its silvery depths. And the pendulum clock, the timekeeper that had faithfully marked the hours, had halted precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival. Since that night, as dusk falls and the light wanes, I find myself gazing towards the door, awaiting the bell's chime. Every object in the shop appears to do the same, as if we all anticipate the inevitable return of the visitor. In an antique emporium, every object harbors a tale to narrate, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects await the commencement of their own mysterious journey. Story 70. The night held a unique essence, the flavor of autumn seeping into my bones, whispering promises of ever-lengthening nights. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the gentle caress of the wind outside, a soft symphony orchestrated by rustling leaves. Amid this tranquil moment, a noise stirred from the basement, a subtle murmur akin to the delicate crinkle of aged paper. Initially dismissing it as the usual settling of the house, I rose from my seat, driven more by curiosity than alarm. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I made my way to the basement door. Each wooden step yielded a gentle creak, as though sharing ancient secrets in hushed tones. The air grew cooler with each descent, carrying a faint aroma of damp earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows waltzed on the walls in harmony with the flickering light bulb, casting an entrancing aura. The familiar space, adorned with neatly arranged boxes and veiled furniture resembling slumbering specters, harbored an unfamiliar air that evening. A detail caught my eye, a door in the far corner, where light struggled to penetrate. It stood unadorned, crafted from dark wood, its brass handle gleaming as if recently polished. I approached tentatively, sensing the pulse of the chilled floor beneath me, a rhythmic heartbeat of the unknown. As my fingertips grazed the door's surface, I felt its weathered, ancient texture. The door seemed to quiver at my touch, as though acknowledging my presence. The silence grew weighty, broken solely by the echo of my own heartbeats. With a gentle touch, I grasped the surprisingly warm handle, the contrast to the frigid air striking. Slowly turning it, the mechanism glided effortlessly, unveiling an extraordinary sight. Instead of a wall or another room, a thin, silvery mist swirled within, gently undulating as if stirred by unseen hands. The mist exuded a soft, hypnotic glow, inviting rather than foreboding, akin to a wistful dream fading upon awakening. A distant melody, tender and elusive, danced from within, accompanied by a fragrance redolent of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I observed as the mist weaved shapes that flickered and vanished before my gaze could grasp them. Familiar faces briefly materialized, followed by landscapes unknown to me. It felt as though I peered through a veil separating reality from an enigmatic realm beneath. Stepping back, I closed the door gently, the click of the lock breaking the enchantment. The house's familiar sounds returned, the clock's gentle ticking, the winds whisper through the trees, a distant dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sense of an extraordinary discovery. Despite revisiting the basement in the days to come, the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet on tranquil nights when the world teetered between wakefulness and slumber, I still sensed that distant melody, pondering if the door lingered hidden, awaiting another's discovery. Some doors, I learned, open only at specific junctures, where time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it is best this way, for the mystery of that basement door illuminated a truth. I embraced that not all questions demand answers, and some secrets retain their allure when shrouded in mystery, akin to dreams fleeting at the edge of reality before dissolving into the silvery mist of memory.